Well, hi, everybody. It's a cloudy forecast today. Spotty showers around from time to time with a high temperature up to about 61. Becoming windy later on with wind gusts over to 20 miles per hour. It'll be mostly cloudy down to about 48 tonight. Tomorrow, the risk of some widely scattered showers from the high temperature up to about 67. Showers and storms becoming more likely in the overnight hours Friday night, and periods of showers and storms Saturday and Saturday night. Some of the storms strong, possibly severe, with a high around 72. Maybe a couple of leftover showers on Sunday morning. From the Blue Water Weather Center, this is Rich Thomas.
CB&S Bank has digital banking solutions to help you keep up. Check balances, pay bills, and much more. Learn more at cbsbank.com. Charges and fees may apply from your cellular service provider. Contact your service provider for information. Member FDIC.
1819 News.
A state lawmaker has pre-filed a bill to address the problem of porch pirates during the Christmas season. State Senator April Weaver wants to make it a felony to steal packages from someone else's porch or front door. Weaver's bill includes a punishment of up to 20 years in prison for doing so. Weaver says that theft of packages at Christmas remains a serious, ongoing, and growing problem. A listing by Forbes magazine has put the state of Alabama as the 14th worst state for this type of thievery. Birmingham and Hoover were put in the number 4th spot for cities that have a problem with porch pirates. 11 other states have already passed legislation that does deal specifically with this type of criminal behavior. I'll be back with more Alabama stories after this.
I'm Amy Beth Shaper with Alabama Unfiltered Radio, and when I need the news and I need it fast, I turn to Andrea Tice and the Daily Detail. On my way in, it is the most convenient, best way for me to digest what's going on so that I can use it for our show. She tells you what's going on in Alabama that day first and fast. So listen to the Daily Detail with Andrea Tice. Don't miss out.
The Daily Detail is available wherever podcasts are found.
The Marshall County Commission has approved a $35 million bid that will expand the Marshall County Jail. The project will add 2 floors to the facility and 250 new beds. The project also includes a new medical unit that will have full-time staff and include mental health services. With the bidding process now over and approved, groundbreaking could start as early as next month. The Taste of Ireland is coming to South Alabama to the Sanger Theater in Mobile. The performances of Irish dancers, singers, and musicians will be held on March 8th of 2025. Tickets have already gone on sale in December at the Ticketmaster website. I'm Andrea Tice.
For more news affecting Alabamians, go to 1819news.com. And while you're there, subscribe to the daily newsletter.
Hey, Guido, how was Christmas? I love Christmas, Vito, especially the 5 days after Christmas. What'd you say, Guido? Vito, it's Murray's 5-day absolute clearance sale. Like going to the kitchen and making a big old ham and cheese. There ain't no ifs, ands, or buts. Every price is clear as day. They're giving the ice away. We gotta call Mama. Ever heard about them 1-carat diamonds for only $250? They're kidding me. Them and Marguerite's are clearing the store. All new bling in 2025. Now through Monday, only at Marguerite's.
The views and opinions of the following program are solely those of the host and other contributors. These do not necessarily represent those of Liberty Acquisitions 825, Blue Water Broadcasting, its management, staff, or any advertisers. It's time for Montgomery's conversational radio show. It's news and views on News Talk 93.1 FM. To join the conversation, call 272-9228.
Joey Clark.
Oh, welcome into the program the day after Christmas. I don't even know what I'm doing here. Why are we even here? Everybody's still with family. Everybody's just enjoying themselves, trying to breathe after eating some. Is that what you did, Eddie? Did you eat?
Ate quite a bit, Joey.
You did?
Yes.
Yeah.
First, seconds, and thirds.
Okay.
And then dessert came in.
Right. I just felt real fat.
Have you ever eaten a whole cheesecake?
Yes, I've done this.
I think I went back
Right.
for what I thought was the third piece, but it could have been more than that. But there was no more left, so I felt like I.
What
ate
are
the
those
entire
things that
cheesecake.
all these down-home Southern women make, where it's like 2 Ritz crackers, peanut butter in between, and they put
I could
chocolate over this?
Yeah, I can throw those down like
You
casino
could-
chips.
What were you
chuck,
just
chuck,
doing? You were
chuck,
throwing them down. I
chucking
thought you were doing something
chucking them
else
down
there.
like casino chips, brother.
Glad you weren't on camera. Anyway, we
you.
have in studio with us. Thank God you're here, sir. I was telling you off air the news cycle is non-existent, but always good to talk about our local community. We have a councilman, Rondé Mitchell, here in the studio. How you doing today?
I'm good, sir. And I was throwing it down yesterday and still throwing it down until this morning.
That's right. Oh, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think I was in the middle of the workout this morning, and I'm like, is that a peanut butter cookie that I'm still tasting right now? What the heck is going on right now? So it was, I have to say, the Renaissance puts on a great Christmas buffet.
That's right?
We had never done it before, and we enjoyed ourselves greatly down there. And downtown Montgomery looks absolutely beautiful.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Especially this time of year. So where do we even begin? Because there's so much on the city's plate going forward into 2025. Let's just start with the big question. Kind of, what's your vision for the city? Where do you think things are going?
Well, like we're going in the right direction. A lot of improvement has been made and continue to be made. If you was ask me to grade the city of Montgomery right now in this administration, I'll give it a B+. And reason why I give it a B+, if I give it an A, that means no room for improvement. And any and everything can be improved. So right now we're looking at a B+. Our reserves are good. We are bringing in, not small business, but we are bringing in corporations that's paying, good money for these industries that we're starting to see. So we're going in a good direction. Some things need to be improved, and we're looking to do that within coming up this next year.
What do you think is sort of the brightest light? Is it something like Amazon coming in, or these data centers, or like, is there in particular an example where you're like, man, this is really great?
Oh yeah. Anytime you know, I'm from Montgomery, riding down towards South Lawn, and you see everybody always say, you can talk about it, but when you actually see dirt starting to move, that's when you start to smile and say, hey, you know what? This is really happening. Montgomery is really growing. And just like when you ride down Von Road, when you see those new houses going up, you're saying, hey, they're saying that we have an exiting from the city of Montgomery, but hey, it has to be something good that's going on if we're starting to see more rooftops here in the city of Montgomery.
Now, on the needs improvement front, what comes to my mind, and I know it's a national struggle, is more police officers.
Yes, sir.
So how do you think we're doing on that front, from folks we're training up ourselves to recruiting other skilled officers?
So we're doing good. We passed for the last 3 years. We gave our police officers raises. We're looking now. The mayor has done, kind of concluding his search. Last time I spoke to him, I think they have narrowed that search down to 4 candidates. I think once the city gets their chief. Same thing with Montgomery Public School System. Once they get their superintendent, and they kind of go hand in hand. When the school system changes their superintendent, generally we change our police chief. So hopefully they'll come in at the same time, working together so we can move this city forward. Because it was a mayor that always used to say, "There go education, there goes Montgomery." Yeah. So we are doing everything possible to make sure that we are connecting those dots with MPD and NPS.
Yeah, and it's just a matter of getting force levels up. I think the Montgomery Area Crime Suppression Unit has been successful to the point of I had to watch my own butt going up and down Interstate 85, a lot of state troopers out there. And that does seem to put a damper on things, because early this year, we were not on a good pace. And it seemed like everybody was like, okay, I'm tired of this. And it's something I'm noticing the more I look at this, the longer I live in the city, is that most people, like 95, 99% of people want to do the right things, enjoy family on Christmas, enjoy some sports, enjoy whatever you want to enjoy, movie, whatever. But it seems like a very tiny amount that can kind of ruin things for folks. Like, I don't know how many times I've heard of, there's a new bar or a new club that opened up. It's going really well. Look at how crowded it is. And then it gets shot up. And then, good luck running that club or that bar anymore, not to mention the loss of life. So, is it a matter of just policing, or are there other ways we sort of reach this very small element of the city that's causing so many issues?
So it's more than just, because this day and age, policing itself just doesn't work. You have to come with new ideas. Because the way that my parents raised me, I cannot raise my children the same way. and my children cannot raise their children the same way. So we have to do something that's different. We have to target those individuals before they start these acts of violence. So we have to get them early. We have to get them when they're, and I tell everybody, it's one thing that an individual going to do sometime in their life. They're going to walk through a school doors. They're going to be in a building. We got to catch them when they're in that building, because everybody's not going to church. Everybody's not going to the YMCA. Everybody's not going to the Boys and Girls Club. But if we identify those individuals early, get them the mental, get them the mentoring, get them everything, because Sheriff Cunningham has the Explorers. The police department has a good program. The DA office, when Darrell Bailey was there, had programs. We just need to see more of these programs, so we are being preventative and proactive than being reactive, because right now we're doing a lot of reactive things, and this mayor and this administration has started to do something that's innovating and proactive instead of reactive.
Now, you mentioned the school board and the new superintendent. I know it's important to the city, but that's a county function. But what did you make of all that? I mean, it seemed like that particular superintendent was doing quite well. I thought the way he resigned was classy. I'll put it that way. He could have, I think, gone in on a lot of folks. But I mean, how important is the public school system? And I just worry that we've got folks fighting over a little bit of power, and you're not getting good results because the adults are too quick to fight with one another than actually look for the long-term vision of the kid.
So the school system is going in the right direction. If you just recently read that our test scores are going up, only thing that they're working on now is the attendance. They are allocating some more resources to make sure, because the biggest thing is if that student is not in the building, you cannot teach them. So we got to make sure, because COVID took us out of the building for maybe a year, and those students that was behind got even farther behind. So now we're playing catch up. So it's very important that they get a superintendent that will propel us forward, because we have to get those students that's work ready. We have been bringing those industries that really gonna need some individuals that can go directly to work. Everybody will not go to college. Everybody will not go to military. So our schools are going to be responsible for making sure that they are ready for the workforce. So we have to have a superintendent that has that drive to see that Montgomery is a progressive city, and we are growing, and we need a big labor pool so we can choose some quality employees.
Now, not to put you on the spot, what do you mean by progressive city?
Oh, we're growing. We're doing everything when it comes to white waters, when it comes to, you see the number of hotels that we are getting. We're renovating the Garrett Coliseum. So we got a lot of things on the horizon for the city of Montgomery. Just like the biscuits. The biscuits, everybody say, hey, that won't work here in the city of Montgomery. And you see that we're looking at how the biscuits are thriving here in the city of Montgomery. So we're doing a lot of things right. I know we always report some of the bad things that's occurring in the city of Montgomery, but every city has some dark spots, some dark areas, and we're just bringing a light to those dark areas, and you will see a change in 2025 when it comes to crime here in the city of Montgomery.
Now, you can't really do anything that we plan without a sound budget. How are we doing financially?
Oh, financially, we're doing good. We just passed one of the largest budgets in the history, so we're doing good. The mayor gives his monthly report on finance. The only thing that I think we have seen a drop in decline in is, and hopefully it'll go up during New Year's, the alcohol sale. The alcohol sale was kind of down for us the quarter. I don't think people consume alcohol as much as they used to, but hopefully during the holidays, since you and your family was down at the Renaissance, hopefully y'all got
a little bit. A little bit. Yeah, I didn't go hard liquor. I went with just a couple Blue Moons, just that citrus, help me out as I'm bloating. So looking forward to the whole direction of the city, little things do come up. So we can get, after the broad strokes, a little particular here. For instance, there was a ordinance passed. I believe we were talking with Councilor Szymanski about it. Had to do with limiting the hours of those with liquor licenses. I think the point he raised, not only in the interest of his own business, but many others, is there are plenty of folks that have a liquor license that operate, say, coffee shops in the morning and have this dual use. But what was the original intent of that law, kind of restricting the hours of those with a liquor license? What was the original purpose of that being brought up?
So the original purpose was public safety. You just stated that the biggest thing that the city of Montgomery is lacking is a number of police officers. Mm-hmm. So when you don't have manpower, you replace that manpower with policies. So we wanted to put a policy in place that our police officers and our police department knew exactly what time these establishments was open, so they could be in the vicinity of when they close. So if anything do happen, we want to cut down on their response time. People complain that, hey, 911, the police response. So just imagine if they're in a neighborhood and they have to leave that neighborhood to go to a after hour spot. We just want to reduce their response time, because if anything happened, that they are able to respond immediately. Also was getting a lot of calls from our churches, our neighbors nearby these establishments about the noise that they hear. Because right now in the city of Montgomery, you do not have to close down. So if you had a nightclub, you can stay open until 6 o'clock in the morning. Only thing that prohibits you on Sunday, Saturday morning going into Sunday, you just have to stop liquor sale. But if I'm a Hyundai worker, if I'm a doctor, just imagine you got a club and you didn't close down until 6 and I have to be to work at 5:30. So we looked at everything, and it was a simple fix. I think the biggest complaint, we had it opening at 9 o'clock, that falling not from 9 to 1 o'clock on the weekday and from 9 to 2 o'clock on the weekend. And it was a simple adjustment. We could have just amended, said that they can open at 6.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that would have caught those people that we didn't mean, because it was never intentionally to close down the coffee shop. Only thing it was doing is a public safety. I've been in this seat for 5 years, and the biggest thing I heard complaints about is event centers, nightclub, bars, lounges, and I'd rather do something than nothing. My constituents call me and say, Mr. Mitchell, hey, this is an issue. So I'd rather fight dying than not fight at all. So I was going to fight for them until like I said, we did overturn the mayor's veto, but I did take in consideration that it was a 4-4, and if Andrew would have been there, it would have been a 5-4. So it would have carried, the veto would have carried. So I pulled it due to the fact of my respect for Andrew Smiskey. So I'm going to bring up another ordinance, hopefully with his approval, and I'm going to bring in some of the business that had issues with it and see what issues they actually had. But the whole thing was about safety, public safety.
Makes sense. And I mean, can we get a more detailed example? Because I think I know what you're talking about, but like, so a club could be open, people are getting pretty drunk, people are having a good time, but it's 2, it's 3, it's 4 in the morning. And a lot of bad stuff was coming out of that beyond just, drunkenness and debauchery.
So we had back in October, we had a double homicide on Northern Boulevard, right around, I think it was close to like 2:02 in the morning. We had another shooting on Wetumpka Highway that happened at 3:31 in the morning. And, those people on 231 on Wetumpka Highway has been coming down complaining about not only the loud music, but the trash that's being left in their business the next day. And just imagine if they're not closing until 4 o'clock and my business opened up at 6, would they actually have enough time to come pick up the parking lot, make sure everything is decent and in order? And so that's some of the things that we looked at. We looked at not only the homicide aspect, but how would it hinder or hurt somebody else's business that's next to them. So we looked at everything.
Now, in terms of support staff and response, and this very much makes sense to me that if you limit the number of these businesses open that late, the police don't have to be on the ready for all these different spots and wondering which one might flare up that particular late in the early morning. But when you look at, when you look at our response time in terms of our 911 operators, in terms of our ambulance drivers, you look at the support staff, are we still down with the number of people ready to do that job, willing to do that job? Why the long response times? Is it just the limited number of officers, or is the 911 center itself not up to snuff for certain reasons? What's going on here in terms of support staff to respond to these sorts of emergencies?
So we did have a change in staffing with our emergency call center. We are doing some things to bring in more people. like I said, everything will not run like a fine-tuned machine, but we are trying to tune that machine to make sure that our respond time, that you don't have to be put on hold, or the phone is not answered. We look into, especially Councilman Ed Grimes. He's big on making sure that 911. So we're doing our part, but at the end of the day, the day-to-day operation does fall on the mayor. So we do give our input. If anybody call and say, "Hey, Mr. Mitchell, I called 911 and the response time, they didn't get here," and I will address it. And most all city council do address that issue. We have our conversations with the mayor. He has done everything possible to make sure that we are up to par when it comes to our 911 centers. So we're doing everything, but like I said, everything can be improved, and that's what we're working on for 2025. So to make sure if you do call, that your response time, and people have to understand that they do prioritize things. So if you have a cat in a tree, don't think that they're gonna get there in an hour and a half. But if you have something that's desperate and dire need, we want their response time to be in single digits instead of double digits.
Well, I'm wondering where on the priority list is something like, I heard gunshots right around the block. And I imagine the question is, did you see the person? It's like, no. And I just got to wonder, though, when you get a report of, okay, I just heard gunshots right on my street, is that being responded to?
And so the thing about it, and people have to understand, the caliber guns now that individuals are using, you can think that they are on your street, but they can be, these caliber guns that the individuals are using, they might be a block or next neighborhood. And that's what the kind of calls that I'm getting. People are calling me, and I send the police, and the police say, "Hey, Mr. Mitchell, we rode out here. We don't see not an individual out here." Then the next day, they'll call me and say, "Hey, it wasn't in my neighborhood. It was in the neighborhood, but I just thought that it sounded like it was in my backyard." And so that's what we're doing. We're sending our officers out here to respond to these calls, and they don't see, because like I said, the biggest thing is, if I shoot my gun, I'm not going to sit outside until I say I'm going to shoot it, go back in the house, and then nobody know it, unless your neighbor. And that's what we have to start doing. We put a lot of this on the police department, but you know who in your neighborhood is calling havoc. You know who in your neighborhood is riding four-wheelers up and down the street. You know who in your neighborhood that's parking their cars on the grass after hours. You know who in your neighborhood got an 18-wheeler that's driving and dropping the load off and leaving the trailer on the street. We just have to be willing to step up and say, you know what, it's time for this city to make a change. And until because we can put 1,000 police officers, we have 200,000 people in the city of Montgomery. They still won't be able to be everywhere. So citizens, we have to step up as individuals and say, hey, you know what, it's cliche, but enough is enough.
Now, how many officers do we have, give or take?
I think we're at probably right at 400 officers, give or take.
Okay.
Now patrol. That's I'm just telling total, but patrol. I have to check on the numbers. I have to get back with you on the actually number of patrol officers we have on the streets of Montgomery.
Okay. Again, folks, we're talking to City Councilman Aronde Mitchell. If you have a comment or a question, 272-9228. Again, that's 272-9228. And just before I move on from the hours operation, liquor sales, these sorts of things, just to give it back to you, that you are going to reintroduce it so it addresses the concerns of Councilor Szymanski. It doesn't affect those other businesses it was never intended to affect, but it's still, and you're hearing from the businesses this will affect.
And let me say, nothing is ever new. I kind of pulled this from Gulf Shores have the similar thing. Orange Beach have something similar. Huntsville have something similar. Auburn even have something similar. So I'm not doing anything new because pretty much nothing is ever new. You just do it to fit your particular city. And so that's what I'm doing. But I would never do anything that I just have a lot of pushback. And I want to make sure that I included everybody. And that's why I go on Facebook a lot to get those feeds to make sure that I include everybody in what I'm doing.
Now, the another issue that came up was essentially how big of a contract could the mayor's office and the mayor himself sign without disclosing it to the council. And I forget what was the cap that was agreed to.
So originally, mayors previous did not have this in place. I think originally we agreed on 25,000. I think we had 100,000 now. So Any contract that meets that threshold, it has to come in front of the city council. City council gets the opportunity to actually look at that contract. If you have any issues or concern, you can address that with the mayor, or you can address it at the city council. So it's just being a good steward of the citizens' taxpayers' money. So it's good on both parts. Something that we can be transparent about, so nobody would say that, hey, these contracts are going to certain individuals or not going to certain individuals. So we hope that this give the people of Montgomery opportunity to look at transparency here in the city of Montgomery.
Now, how long have you been on the council?
This is my second term, so 5 years in this past November.
So why I didn't get to interview you when you were running for office, but I always ask people running for office whether they're running for Senate or president even, or city council or mayor, like, why do this to yourself? I mean, why did you want to do this to begin with? And I have some follow-ups after that.
So it's a funny story, man. I end up unexpectedly hit a pothole and damaged my rims, and I sent a letter to the city. The city pretty much told me it was my fault. I should have told them or warned them that pothole was there. And I got upset, and I said, you know what? I'm gonna show this city. So that's how I started. I hit a pothole, and they told me it was pretty much my fault. And after that, I said, you know what? If I didn't have the wherewithal to even write a letter, if I didn't have the education that I need to represent myself, and I said, hey, just imagine the people that can't do what I do. So let me be a voice for those people that's scared to stand up, that had similar interests.
Glad you did.
Yes, sir.
I mean, a lot of people like me, they get that. No, they'll even write the letter and half time don't mail it. So
Yes,
I'm glad
sir.
you had some follow-up.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So, I mean, is it everything you imagine? Because I'd imagine there's some on-the-job training, like kind of getting a sense of, and it also comes down to your personality and who you're working with, who's actually on the council, who's in support staff, and the mayor himself. But has it been, what has it the 5 years been?
Oh, it been, like I said, it's a learn on the job. You never, and the good thing about it, man, I have a personal relationship with all the city councils that came before me, Fred Bell, John Dow, Lou Hammonds, also it was one other, I can't think of his name, Mr. Watson, Donald Watkins. So I keep in, we talk like every so often. I ask them, hey, what worked for you? What didn't work for you? So having a relationship with the same people that did the same job I did really helps.
Yeah.
And my dad, my dad told me to stay away from politics. He
Smart man.
he was one of the postmasters here in the city of Montgomery. And after he left the post office, he became deputy chief for the administration of the county. So he was in politics for probably seeing that side for about 10 years with the county. And he was like, son, I don't know if that's what you want to do.
He warned you.
He warned me.
Well, we got to hit a quick break here.
Yes,
Again,
sir.
if you have a comment or question for Ronnie Mitchell, 272-9228. We'll be right back.
He may not know whether he's coming or going, but whether you're going to work or coming home, Greg Budell is there. Mornings 6 till 9 and afternoons 3 till 6. Only on News Talk 93.1 FM WACV.
Make 2024 the year you break away from the chain stores and join us here at Adams Drugs. We value your business and want to provide you the best customer service at the lowest possible price. We've been serving up excellent customer service here in the River region for over 62 years.
I made the swap to Adams Drugs and I couldn't be happier. Having a job and then getting 3 kids to all of their activities keeps me busy. I don't have an hour to waste waiting on a prescription. At Adams, they know me and my family. I get in and out in minutes, and when I can't get by Adams, they'll bring the prescription right to my door.
What are you waiting for? Come in to Adams Drugs and let us earn your business. Our friendly and personal staff will talk with you and answer any questions you may have about your prescriptions. Your satisfaction is our #1 goal. Visit us at adamsdrugs.net for the location nearest to you. Adams Drugs is your local independent Health Mart pharmacy. Health Mart, taking the time to listen and care.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join Medi-Share and save even more than usual. For many families, joining Medi-Share means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people, obviously. But what's more, MediShare members like it. Their satisfaction rate is 98%. Imagine that. And MediShare is a proven thing, too, for over 30 years. It's a Christian community of hundreds of thousands of people now. And here's the thing. If you join before December 31st and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee. So you save even more right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call and you'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is December 31st. So call now and you'll save even more. Here's the number, 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE, 855-51-BIBLE.
For too long, Alabama's statewide news companies have shamed us for our conservative Christian values. Alabama deserves a news company that cherishes our culture, a company that isn't bought and paid for by the powers that be. 1819 News is that company. Run by Alabamians for Alabamians, 1819 News celebrates what is good and beautiful about our state while exposing those who work against our values in secret. Just go to 1819news.com to learn more. Subscribe to our newsletter. That's 1819news.com.
Hi there, I'm Kim Williams with Alabama Home Mortgage.
And I'm Madeline Cannon. It's true, rates aren't as low as they have been for the past couple of years, but there are still many homeowners that could benefit from refinancing their current mortgage. There are a lot of things in life that are out of our control, but your mortgage rate is not one of them. If you currently have an adjustable rate mortgage, then you owe it to yourself to give us a call.
Adjustable rate mortgages make sense for some people in stable markets, but in this wild, ever-changing rate environment, it only makes sense to secure a fixed interest rate. A fixed interest rate will give you the peace of mind that your rate is locked. Your rate will not be subject to change with the political and economic tides.
At Alabama Home Mortgage, you can personalize your term. We offer 8-year to 30-year mortgages and everything in between. Grab your mortgage statement and give us a call.
Call Alabama Home Mortgage, the #1 mortgage lender in Alabama, today at 567-4223, or visit us online at myalabamahomemortgage.com. That's Alabama Home Mortgage, because, folks, there is a difference in mortgage companies. NMLS 1586-36-8, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Guido, how was Christmas? I love Christmas, Vito, especially the 5 days after Christmas. What'd you say, Guido? Vito, it's Mercury's 5-day absolute clearance sale. Like going to the kitchen and making a big old ham and cheese. There ain't no ifs, ands, or buts. Every price is clear as day. They're giving the ice away. We gotta call Mama. Ever heard about them 1-carat diamonds for only $250? They're kidding me. Them and Marguerite's are clearing the store. All new bling in 2025. Now through Monday, only at Marguerite's.
Rich Thomas Weather, a service of Wiley Sanders Truck Lines, where over-the-road dump truck drivers are needed right now. Home twice a week and every weekend, must leave early on Sunday with Blue Cross Blue Shield. Call them now at 855-777-9785.
Well, hi, everybody. It's a cloudy forecast today. Spotty showers around from time to time with a high temperature up to about 61. Becoming windy later on with wind gusts over to 20 miles per hour. It'll be mostly cloudy down to about 48 tonight. Tomorrow, the risk of some widely scattered showers with a high temperature up to about 67. Showers and storms becoming more likely in the overnight hours Friday night, and periods of showers and storms Saturday and Saturday night. Some of the storms strong, possibly severe, with a high around 72. Maybe a couple of leftover showers on Sunday morning. From the Blue Water Weather Center, this is Rich Thomas.
Exciting times at Capital Tractor, your hometown Kubota dealer. John Bobo here. Construction is almost complete on our new Montgomery location, but until then, our moving sale continues with great Kubota deals. Don't miss it. Capital Tractor, Montgomery and Brundage.
News and talk without the static. The River Region's most trusted voice. News Talk 93.1 FM WACV.
This is how you conduct yourself in a democracy?
Joey Clark.
Welcome back to the program. We got some comments rolling in online. By the way, I got bored on Christmas Eve night. I said I'm going to make new music for the new year. So I got bored on Christmas Eve and did this. Yeah. Well, you're not, okay. See, he's...
No, I thought you were
not
tapping
easily...
into some Christmas stuff, and I was like, all right, he must have not... I didn't realize you were writing Christmas stuff now.
It's just, I don't know, I was bored. And you pick up the bass and you have some fun with it. Anyway.
You did that with the bass?
And other things. We don't have to get into music production today. We have an important guest,
Yes,
Councilman
right.
Rhonda
Right.
Mitchell here in the studio. And we have some comments rolling. A good question from Eric on the stream says, Does Councilman Mitchell have any thoughts on how we can work with the state to bring year-round children-focused programming that is positively viewed by young professionals, i.e. a science museum? He goes, I believe we're the only state capital in the Southeast that does not have a science museum. Mississippi, Georgia, Florida, and Tennessee do. Interesting question.
And that's the biggest thing about once we get a superintendent, like you stated earlier, that the city does not have anything to do with education, but I am a educator, a lifer, and I would love to see something like that here in the city of Montgomery. Also, have been talking to some of our legislators about having a mental health, and that's the biggest for our adolescents here in the city of Montgomery. When the legislators come into session, I'm going to go up and speak because that's some of the things that we're missing. Right now, if you have a adolescent or juvenile, you have to take them to Dothan, Birmingham. And if I'm a parent that is working at McDonald's and you telling me that I have to take my child there for a week and he's 9 or 10 years old, I'm going to have to decide, do I want a paycheck or do I want my child to be evaluated? And some of those things that we're not seeing here in the city of Montgomery. So, yes, I would love to see something that put our youth, not only a physical, but a mental to work. So I would be all for it.
Beautiful. Well, let's go to Tootie. We hadn't heard from Tootie as well. How are you doing today, sir?
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Afternoon.
Afternoon.
Yeah, good morning, Councilman Mitchell. How are you? I haven't seen you in a while.
Yes, sir.
You know, I think it was Thursday. I heard something on the morning news about a community policing, and you touched on it a little bit about what we could do and the lack of police. They can't be everywhere and keep eye on it. But, you know, on a couple of occasions, you know, I've run for office, and I always had a wish list that I was given the magic wand of things to do. And one of them was to conscript or draft police officers out of the local high schools and embed them in the communities that they serve. And this would neutralize a lot of this youthful crime that's coming up because, you know, they have an excuse to turn them in. See, the problem is nobody says anything. And whenever you hear about a shooting, nobody ever comes forward. Nothing. You know, because I don't know what it is, but I guess you could go all the way back to Little Kim, back when Clinton was president. She had a song called Don't Snitch. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we are actually living that, you know. And to really bring it home, when I was listening to you earlier today, I was on the Atlanta Highway, and I looked at a bus stop, having lived through the closing of the buses, putting them back on, and all the things that went on back during the early 90s and late 80s. You know, you had the councilman that you replaced. He was real big in apps and that. And I looked at that bus stop, this little chair right in front of, Capitol Heights. And, you know, the people that probably ride the bus, they don't use those apps and texts and all that. You'd do better off advertising on the big KD buses if you want people to know your scheduling and where you're going. But, you know, the young people that are merging into leadership roles in that, you know, you're leaving a lot of people behind. The majority of people in this country are still a baby boom. And, you know, they're probably anywhere 63 and up. And a lot of them don't text. My business is going like crazy because of that. Because, you know, most of the people that visit me, hell, I grew up with them. And, you know, we all go out together, right? But I think you need to look at that. Everything, all this technology, what are you going to do with the people that don't do that? Where do they fit in anymore? Nobody's thinking about that.
Appreciate the call.
Bringing
Good point.
Yes, and let me reply to a couple of things. So, 2025, we'll start doing a quarterly newsletter that we'll actually mail out to my constituents in District 6. And the second thing, I'm working with a nonprofit organization that we're looking at taking some of these abandoned houses in these communities and offering them to police officers for just like an apartment for no rent. Just to have a police force in that neighborhood. So we're looking at doing different things. And that's the biggest thing that we're working on with the nonprofit. If we could take some of those abandoned houses and put cadets in it or put a police officer in there or even a sheriff, that'd be good for the actual neighborhood.
Well, I appreciate the call, too. Let's go to Boomer T. How you doing today, sir?
Hey, I want to say hello. Merry Christmas, guys.
Merry Christmas.
Happy New Year's. Hope everybody. Okay, Mr. Councilman. Today I was in Montgomery. I took a memory down memory lane today. I used to own some properties and several barbecue places in Montgomery, and so I would go down. Start off at Lower Wetumpka Road. Well, as soon as you get down Lower Wetumpka Road, after you cross over to the interstate, and you start right there where the old Brockway glass is.
Yes.
From there all the way till Madison Avenue is an absolute disgrace. Those are abandoned apartments on the left-hand side coming into town, have been there for 20 years. That place right there is absolutely the most disgusted side of Montgomery. So then I leave and I go out there to Mobile Highway. Oh, that's still a big-time winner in Mobile Highway. I thought we stopped the homeless from standing out there urinating in the streets, but obviously I must be mistaken. So now I'm on the Southern Bypass, which I love the Southern Bypass. I grew up on the Southern Bypass. I used to ride, there wasn't a place on the Southern Bypass, there were so many places. But when you get off the Southern Bypass, right there from the Mobile Highway, all the way till you get all the way to, hell, I don't know, before you get to the intersection of Vaughn Road, is absolutely horrifying. You have so many vacant buildings. The Governor's House Hotel, which was one of the greatest hotels of all in the state of Alabama, I don't know who owns it, but somebody needs to go in there and destroy that. And now you're talking about putting police officers or sheriff deputy in an abandoned house. Well, first off, you got to buy the property, or you're going to have to take the property from the person that owns that decrepitated property, okay? That's going to cost you legal fees. So who's going to pay the power and the water bill? I'm all for that. On the Southern Bypass, you got a substation over there, a substation, okay? I rode by there. There was 12 police cars sitting in that substation on the Southern Bypass when those 12 police cars could have been somewhere riding through a neighborhood over off Court Street, off the bypass, off Norton Bridge Road, off Narrow Lane Road. Why don't you start worrying about the west side again? You know, I'm so sick and tired of everybody want to go out east. I don't give a dang about out east. You know, why don't everybody start working about the west side? You know, you talk about this and this. Everything you said has been positive. I'm going to say that. Everything you said, yes. Yes, I can tell that you and the mayor are real good buddies. And I can tell that because everything goes on. You're so happy to be in life. But let me tell you something. I don't know when the last time you get in the car, and I sure encourage Joey to get from behind that desk and get in the car with Eddie and everyone ride down Mobile Highway, the old Southern Bypass, and remember your good old times and what you used to do. Let me tell you something, Captain. I ain't scared of much, but I was scared this morning riding down Southern Bypass. And now one more thing before I get off there. The white water. Stop saying the white water's doing the greatest thing in the world, because let me explain something to you. If it's doing so good, why did Doug Singleton and the Montgomery County Commission had to give them another $2 million down there? Because they're running out of money. You've got a daggone food vendor down there that sells food down there that you can't even get groceries unless he pays cash for it because he's not making enough money down there. You put an ice skate rink in down there. You thought this ice skate rink's going to bring you people down there. The whitewater is a wash. Everyone needs to stop saying it's the greatest thing since the Oreo cookie. It's not. But, sir, I'm asking you, do you really care about the city of Montgomery like you really say you do? And you're going to march up here and you're going to talk this one? Well, here's what you do, Captain. You go up there and you get you one of them daggone guys sit up in that house up there, the legislator. You get you a good one. They used to be, Dan McClammy was the best. You get you someone like that cares about the west side. And then you know what? Let's see you. I'm going to see you walk the walk, sir. I want to see you take that west side. I'm so tired of Stephen Reed talking about what he's going to do. All he is a money maker on his name. Sir, go to the west side. Look at the west side. I'll come pick you up and ride you down the west side. Because what I saw today, and I was born right here in the state of Alabama, and I've been around Montgomery, and I've had businesses all over the state, and what I saw today made me absolutely just pull off the side of the road and get physically upset. It's a shame. How in the hell can you bring terrorists? Stop dealing around downtown. Please, sir, I'm begging you.
Well, I appreciate the call, Boomer T. You said a lot there.
Thank you, guys.
as always.
Hey, guys, you have a great day. God bless you. God bless America, man.
So can I?
Yes,
So let's start first. I am from North Montgomery, so I'm familiar with Stevenson. I'm familiar with Broadway. I'm familiar with North Pass, the apartments that he's talking about that needs to be torn down. I mean North Gate. I'm familiar with Friendship Baptist Missionary. I was just there with the sheriff the other day feeding the homeless. So every area that he's talking about, I'm a lifer. I ride in Montgomery. My family owns a funeral home, E.G. Cummings, on Brad Street. That's right in the heart of West Montgomery. So it's no area that he talked about I hadn't seen. The biggest problem that we have, everybody is due process. So when he talks about the Governor House, the state took the Governor House, gave it to the city. The individual that actually owned the Governor's House came back within that 3-year time period and redeemed. So now we got to start all back over. And that's what people don't understand. You know, we say government overreach, but if we go in and just automatically tear it down, then we'll have, the government, they shouldn't have took his in domain. They shouldn't have took his property. So we try to do everything right, but I agree with him. There's something, and I told you that I get a city of Montgomery B+. There are some things that we're working on, but we have a guy named Kippy Tate that's doing everything possible down in that division, that inspections division, that's going to get this city. He's an architect by nature, so he's going to get this city where we need it to be. You're going to see a lot of abandoned places being torn down because we're allocating money towards it. So like I said, and people have to understand, this did not occur overnight. This did not occur in the mayor, this current mayor administration. So give us an opportunity. Give us an opportunity to change some of the things that we are seeing. And I agree that it's a lot of things that need to be changed, but you don't hear me just say West Montgomery, because I represent South Montgomery. So you're going to hear me scream South Montgomery. South Montgomery need the same love if they say that West Montgomery do. So I'm going to say, hey, South Montgomery. My folks in South Montgomery want to see the revitalization of Montgomery Mall. They want to see, we don't have a community center anywhere on Whitley Road. They want a community center. So you will hear me talk about some of the things that South Montgomery wants to see.
Now, and again, Boomer T is always saying a lot. On the Whitewater Park, I was bringing it up with you off air, like how much money is the city ready to give up? Because I know there was land given over, and it's a county, state, city thing. But I'd imagine you and the rest of the council are a little like, wait, how much are we on the hook for here?
And people have to understand that this was not up under this current administration. It was an agreement between the county and the city, and the county was taking a lead on this. Right. The city has different thoughts on Whitewaters and the direction that Whitewaters is going in. So we not all in agreement of what we want to see and what funding we want to give to the Whitewaters. Because we was initially, when I initially came into the city council, we was told that this what we were doing, and that was our agreement. And the city, we have been trying our best to stick to that agreement, because at the end of the day, we don't want to see Whitewater sink, what I'm saying? So, but we don't want to see us just overly abundant putting funding where we could put funding somewhere else, and especially not being our say-so project.
Yeah, and especially when you look at issues around the city. And I mean, Rome wasn't built in a day, and I get your point that these problems have existed, some of them for quite a while. And even I think Boomer T would agree some of these problems have existed for a while. So is it just the slow process from a city standpoint of things like revitalization? Is it taking over these, condemning these buildings, taking over these, or is it attracting new entrepreneurs and investment, or I guess all of the above, these sorts of things?
Yeah, so it's all of the above. And just like the nonprofit organization that I'm working with, a lot of this property, especially these homes, are air properties that you have to find multiple people to agree on selling. So it's a lot, and people just, and then finding somebody to demo these said projects for the amount of money that the city or state is willing to pay. So it's a lot going to, and people just think, and we have a long list when it comes to demolition. If you ever come to the city council meeting, at the end, we have a list of those houses that's being put up to be condemned. But like I said, it takes a while, and that's why with my constituents, I try to explain to them the process so they know if, hey, it's a house next to me, the house is burned, it needs to be torn down tomorrow. And I wish we could do it like that, Unfortunately, we can't. And I do ask them to bear with me. But like I said, I will get it taken care of. So it's some things that people don't understand, and I try my best to explain it to them the best I can so they can understand the process.
Again, folks, we're talking to Councilman Aronde Mitchell, and I think it's the first time you're on the show.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's going all right. It's going all right. I got to hit another quick break. First, this part of the program brought to you by Pest Pro Services, and their Pest Pro Ashley and her team are ready to help you with any and all of your pest control needs. Not only are they great local folks, easy to work with, and you know your money's staying in the local community, they really are skilled professionals. So it could be an emergency rush job like ants in the kitchen or way too many cockroaches as the weather turned cold. They found a warm place in your home. Or it could be you just want a regular everyday pest control company that does the regular checkup. Make sure you're jumping jelly tight, as the song says. That number, 265-9990. That's 265-9990. Or you can always go to ppsriverregion.com or just search Pest Pro Services on the Book of Faces. And in fact, you're not going to stump them. I think they've seen it all, Eddie.
Pretty much here in Alabama, you bet.
Right. And then there's stuff I hadn't seen. They'll inform you on that Facebook page. And of course, they also have a lot of great programs or initiative drives to help give back to the local community. So y'all check out Pest Pro today. When you want to know, call a pro. Pest Pro Services. And be sure to tell Ashley and that great team that Joey and Eddie, those fellas on the radio, sent you.
Want to carry News Talk in your pocket? Download the News Talk 93.1 app from the App Store. Available on iPhone and Android. Never miss a moment. Download now.
Start your day a better way with Action 8 News Rising. Get your first look at news happening today, plus your latest forecast and live traffic reports. Don't settle for the same old morning newscast. Watch Action 8 News Rising, weekday mornings starting at 4:30. Don't know an iPhone from a flip phone? You need to watch Action 8 News. Consumer technology reporter Jamie Tucker keeps you on top of the latest technology and keeps you safe from scams and identity thieves. Watch What the Tech, only on Action 8 News.
Are you happy with your IT support company? Do they resolve your company's computer issues quickly, or do they leave you down and frustrated? You need your computers working and problems resolved quickly and permanently. GTI is different. GTI has a high standard of affordably supporting and protecting businesses like yours since 1999. Call them now at 819-4650, 819-4650, or visit gtinow.com.
The River Region's first and only News Talk station on FM. Live, local talk. News Talk 93.1 FM WACV.
Joey Clark.
Welcome back to News and Views in the afternoon. I'm your host, Joey Clark. Eddie Bader here in the studio, and Councilman Aronde Mitchell here in the studio. With the one thing, and maybe it's my the way I grew up talking here, but people want a community center, say, on Woodley Road. Like, what is because I know a lot of community centers have been stood up or renovated, these sorts of things in the last few years. What is the value of a community center? Why do folks want it so much?
So, first of all, it's a meeting space. Right now, we are voting in different churches. We used to vote in a school, which I thought was just a horrible thing. You have individuals inside a school during school hours and how people are nowadays. So we moved from that to vote inside a church, but we always say separation of state and religion, but we're voting inside a church. So having a community center give the folks of South Montgomery opportunity to have a meeting space, have the kids that live out there opportunity somewhere to go that's safe, have our senior citizens somewhere to go as well. So a community center brings so much value and so much ownership to a neighborhood, because we don't have any YMCAs. So we don't have anything that they can say, hey, this is ours. We're glad to have it over here, because everybody want amenities. When you're talking about apartment complex, first thing they list on there, the amenities that apartment complex is offering. When you go to Deer Creek, they're saying, hey, the amenities for moving out here to Deer Creek. So we want some amenities out on South Montgomery so we can have some rooftops so people can actually start moving back in instead of moving out, getting amenities somewhere else when they can get it right where they are.
Well, makes sense.
As somebody that grew up in the Gardens, our community center, we were there probably 5 days out of the week. Everything from free lunches in the summertime, make sure we got something to eat, but also after school, like you said, it gave us a safe place. It gave us somewhere to go. And there were always 3 or 4 adults in there. They didn't have to, but they made sure that we were looked after. It was a very great space. And also the way it was set up, and maybe it was just coincidence, but our playground was there, baseball fields and all. So they kind of took care of the playground as well. Make sure no kind of BS happened. And but they took care of us. That was a big thing. So I agree with you 1,000% on the community center. Like I said, we were there 5 days out of the week.
No, and it makes sense. And it's just a matter of slowly but surely building up these resources. And I think at the end of the day, it's the ideas are simple. The execution's always the part that's a little more difficult. But folks want good schools. They want safe streets. They want opportunities to make money, and they want opportunities to have fun and raise a family. And I think it's pretty straightforward in that regard. Again, execution can always be the difficult part. But is there anything coming up in the new year that you want to preview, Aronde, that's maybe you're thinking about, or the rest of the council's thinking about, things y'all want to hit the ground running in this new year?
So the biggest thing that we've been talking about is just crime. Us getting naming a chief will kind of have the morale of the officers up or down, depends on who that individual is. Hopefully once we name a chief that we will start implementing things throughout the city. We also have allocated and did some wraparound services with Family Guidance and also Crime Stoppers to address some of the things. Crime Stopper will actually be inside the school. Tony Garrett, man, does an amazing job. Anytime, people just think about Crime Stopper, you think about homicides and rewards, but Crime Stopper is also missing and exploded children. He just helped me on 2 cases here in the city of Montgomery. When I say that Crime Stoppers is a big help to the city of Montgomery, man, and they're looking for partnerships. So just don't think that just a reward. They're looking for partnership here in the city of Montgomery, but also with Family Guidance. They do those wraparound services, offer like parenting classes, which, our young folks need. It was not taught. I had to learn just mimicking my father, what a good father was. But a lot of these kids now don't have that presence in the home. Mm-hmm. So Family Guidance can step in and teach them parenting skills. So I'm just looking forward to 2025 to let the city know that the council and the mayor really pushing forward to the city to make sure that everybody talk about crime. That's the first thing that we address in the 2025 year.
Yeah, and all the things we talk about, I think, I wrote a couple weeks back about what has happened to the head of the household, what has happened to the father. And I use just general population statistics. It's something like, I think economic anxiety is one of the biggest reasons. The median male wage earner, in like 1970, 90-something% of them were married and had kids at home. And now it's something like 60%. And you go down below the median wage and the marriage numbers are even worse. And so it's whatever we can do from in a private capacity, a nonprofit capacity, the city government, municipal capacity, to help folks, start those homes, create these good environments where people actually model one another. Because it does begin at home. It's not like you can be father to all sorts of folks, nor can anybody else that's elected. It's about, laying the rules of the road the right way and also providing opportunity. And hopefully then folks are making the right choices. But it's a nationwide problem. And I think it's a larger problem with our society right now. I just, when you said modeling, what a good father should be, we just need more of that in general, no matter even the economic anxiety.
And that's, Joey, that's why I see that our churches, and I work wonderful with the Church of the Highland and True Divine on Virginia Loop Road. Both of those pastors, I know them personally. They are actually in the communities, and I love to see that not only they're in the pulpit talking about really helping the communities, but when I say those 2 churches that's on South Montgomery are actually putting in the work, and you see it with Church of the Highlands, you see the Savers Day, they're doing everything here in the city of Montgomery that I think every church, whether big or small, can do the same. And like I said, True Divine, I work with Pastor Huntley all the time, doing stuff that we were talking about. And that's what I'm grateful for, that I have so many churches that's South Montgomery that's actually putting in the work and just not talking about it on Sundays.
Now, I really appreciate your time and you being on the show. Would you want to make this a regular thing?
Oh, yes, yeah, of course.
Excellent. Okay, very cool.
Thank you.
Well, we'll swap numbers, and because we're already doing a regular thing with Szymanski, we'd love to have you on often.
Yes, sir.
And really do appreciate the time.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me.
More news and views after this.
Broadcasting from the Riverside Chevrolet Master Control Center, this is WACV Cusana, News Talk 93.1 FM. When it's Chevy, it's Riverside.
With SRN News, I'm John Scott. Houthi rebels in Yemen say Israeli airstrikes have targeted the rebel-held capital of Sinai and the port city of Hudaira. The World Health Organization's Director General says the bombardment occurred as he was about to board a flight into Sinai, injuring a crew member. The strikes followed several days of Houthi launches setting off the sirens in Israel. Israel's military says it attacked the infrastructure that was used by the Houthis at an international airport. The average rate on a 30-year mortgage in the U.S. rose for a second straight week to its highest level since mid-July, reflecting a recent jump in the bond yields. The rate rose to 6.85% from 6.72% last week. That's according to mortgage buyer Freddie Mac. This is SRN News.
Our nation's problems have been building for the past 50 years, and they're not going away overnight, which is why we must prepare now for a financial collapse that will affect the entire economy. The good news is there's an easy way to do that. Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe everyone should consider a gold IRA from Birch Gold Group to diversify their IRA or 401k. Gold is a proven bedrock in almost every kind of economy. To learn more, get a free info kit from my trusted friends at Birch Gold by texting the word PREPARE to 989898. Don't wait until decades of government irresponsibility comes crashing down on your retirement. Get your free info kit on gold IRAs from the Birch Gold Group now. Text PREPARE to the number 989898. That's PREPARE to 9898.
Rich Thomas Weather, a service of Riverside Chevrolet Wetumpka. If it's Chevy, it's Riverside. Best price, best selection. Check them out on the web at riversideusa.net.
Well, hi, everybody. It's a cloudy forecast today. Spotty showers around from time to time with a high temperature up to about 61. Becoming windy later on with wind gusts over to 20 miles per hour. It'll be mostly cloudy down to about 48 tonight. Tomorrow, the risk of some widely scattered showers with a high temperature up to about 67. Showers and storms becoming more likely in the overnight hours Friday night, and periods of showers and storms Saturday and Saturday night. Some of the storms strong, possibly severe, with a high around 72. Maybe a couple of leftover showers on Sunday morning. From the Blue Water Weather Center, this is Rich Thomas.
For the lowest prices around on flooring and DIY flooring installation supplies, Budget Floors and More is your new best friend. Luxury vinyl plank, carpet, ceramic tile, floor installation supplies, and more with prices lower than the big box stores. Budget Floors and More, Hunter Lane across from Del Rey to Publix.
From the Blue Water Broadcasting News Center, here's today's top stories. A Montgomery family had a merrier Christmas thanks to members of the Montgomery Fire and Rescue Department. Firefighters visited the home of Sarah Mills and delivered toys to her 6 grandchildren, all under the age of 14. Every year, the fire department adopts a local Montgomery family to help make their Christmas morning a little brighter. Montgomery police are investigating a robbery of an East Montgomery business. Police responded to a robbery call at the Pizza Hut in the 7800 block of Vaughn Road just before noon on Tuesday. Witnesses said 2 people entered the business, demanded money, and then fled on foot. No one was injured and no arrests have been made. The person killed in a weekend Montgomery shooting has been identified. 34-year-old Hector Figueroa was found dead from a single gunshot wound in the 4400 block of Virginia Loop Road near Troy Highway early Sunday morning. Suspect and motive remain unknown as the homicide investigation continues. From the Blue Water Broadcasting News Center, I'm Sky Mosley.
This hour of news and views is brought to you by our good friends at Alabama Home Mortgage. Alabama Home Mortgage, 567-4223. Visit them on the web at myalabamahomemortgage.com. NMLS number 1586368. An equal housing lender.
Hey, Merry Christmas, Marguerite, and it's time for our 5-day absolute clearance sale. Now through Monday only. Everything goes with Clear the Cases. It's like a healthy selfie sale. Every single case has a separate price. $275, $100, $2,000, $1,500, $750. It's so easy. You just walk around. It's healthy selfie time. We're giving it away. We want to clear the cases. All new jewelry in 2025. Come in and help us clear the cases. Guess what? 1 carat diamonds, $250. Till Monday at Marguerite's.
The views and opinions of the following program are solely those of the host and other contributors. These do not necessarily represent those of Liberty Acquisitions 825, Blue Water Broadcasting, its management, staff, or any advertisers. It's time for Montgomery's conversational radio show. It's news and views on News Talk 93.1 FM. To join the conversation, call 272-9228.
Joey Clark.
You know, there's 12 days of Christmas, so we can still say Merry Christmas, right?
Yeah, or you can say Happy Hanukkah. It started yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Happy Chanukah.
Happy Hanukkah.
Yeah. Why do you bring the bells in?
It's just...
I mean, was there in the
if
background?
you're just going through your synth thing and you're like, what? Like, I could change it for
No,
you.
I'm just curious where that inspiration came from. That's all.
It was more like, okay, I've got too much going on with like low end. I got to do something that cuts through the low end.
Throw in some Christmas bells.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't know you put out a Christmas album. I'm glad to have heard it.
No, I almost thought about doing lyrics to the bells, like Merry, 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 Merry Christmas.
Why not? We still got time.
Merry Christmas to
We ain't got it
you.
in the wax yet. We still got time.
Goodness gracious. As you can tell, folks, we made a mistake. We made a mistake even coming into work today.
Gotta look at that calendar a little bit better.
I know. Like, I'm looking at the activity online, and not just like here locally, but online nationally.
Yeah.
There's nothing going. I really do appreciate Councilman Mitchell stopping by.
Glad he did.
Gave us an hour.
Gave us something for a little bit there.
And, you know, here's the deal with the city. We do have a lot of problems. I would give it more like a C+. I'll put it that way.
Okay.
I'll give it a C+. Because I think there's more improvement that's needed. No, but I'm also not one to be like, okay, everything that's been bedeviling Montgomery for 20 years, 25 years, is now on y'all. It's your fault. It's
No.
like, no, it's not your
Not
fault.
your fault.
It's your responsibility, though.
I would like to see, and I'm sure everybody sees it differently. I just like to see some other things get prioritized. That's
So
all.
you're going to drive me down to Mobile Highway? What exactly are you going to be doing down there?
See how much we can get.
How much we can get?
What's the market bear?
Think we're going to the wrong market. Think we,
We
could
got to
do
start somewhere, buddy.
Yeah, right. I feel like if we go to the Boosies up near Auburn, we could do a lot better.
That's prime right there. And then, Joe, you got to work your way up. We can't start
Why
out
do you
at
think
the
I've
Boosies.
been working out?
We can't start out at the Boosies. We got to start minor leagues, work our way up.
Okay, right. And no, there are, especially driving down Atlanta Highway, like all the issues people bring up. You see all the strip centers that are dilapidated.
Mm-hmm.
There isn't much functioning in there. And of course, the places to live, Forest Hills, Capitol Heights. Of course, I called a Montgomery lullaby. It's like not right on top of me, but I would do,
yeah,
like pretty much every night. And
still happens.
You know, so all the issues people bring up, I'm like, yeah, I think they're real. It's just a matter of, in particular, you just heard him say it. We gotta get force numbers up. The issue with the 911 center.
I still hear issues about that. And I don't want to argue with him, but we do have a caller that called because it was 3 or 4 houses down from his house, and the cops never showed up.
Right.
Period.
Well, and if you don't have the numbers to get out there, yeah, you're going to start prioritizing, and it's going to be ugly. Yeah. And then I wonder about how we're doing with ambulances and things that even go beyond the city, like how the hospitals do it.
Hospitals makes me very nervous. Very nervous.
I know Jackson is restructuring, and they're selling certain things off right
Doesn't
and
make me
under
feel
new
any better.
leadership.
Because
Yeah.
remember, there was another hospital that wanted to come to town.
Right.
We told them no.
Right.
We've got a crappy hospital. We don't need two. Is that the theory that we're going with?
So, but I just have to say, for all we're supposed to be negative, right? Be highly critical, right? I do have to say, I hadn't been downtown in a while. And going and eating that brunch at the Renaissance,
Look
I'm
good.
like, okay, this
Christmas lights out and all that looks good, doesn't it?
and the old buildings, old architecture, the riverfront looks
Beautiful
great.
buildings down there, man.
I was also
Absolutely.
getting drunken memories coming back.
Yeah.
I was like,
Not hard to do.
man, Man, these bars in my 20s.
I remember downtown as a kid now, when it was decorated, and my parents would take us, and we would actually shop downtown.
Mhm.
I mean, to me, that might as well have been New York. You had these, to me, again, from Howling Gardens, these skyscrapers that were 3 stories tall. I mean, that was the downtown, like you say, getting drunk on memories. That's what I remember. And I don't think it will ever come back to that glitz again, because in my mind, it was perfect. I don't think that can be recreated.
Yeah, but
You know what I mean?
now you're like, what's that song? Glory Days.
Yeah, I mean, it could never. They could make it beautiful again, but in my mind, it was always better, back then.
Yeah, but for you, knowing your life, you'd probably be more like a Jay Giles band song, like
Centerfold.
Yeah, Angel is a centerfold.
They ain't always worth it, buddy.
No, they're not. I mean, is there anything that caught your eye during Christmas in the news? Anything at all?
The thing that happened at Sky Harbor Airport in Arizona caught my eye. The shooting inside the airport.
Inside the air. Now, was this inside the security perimeter? Or is it more like when you first
No, it looked like it was
around
inside
baggage claim?
It really looked like it was inside the security perimeter. They had somebody with a cell phone that showed someone that had been detained, and this was inside the airport. So apparently it was a Christmas argument that they left, and the people followed them, and things got worse there. So that disturbed me very much so. Another trend that has disturbed me on TikTok, I was praising the other day, how Google car drove around and you could find old relatives.
Oh, yeah.
There's some not so good ones out there the same way.
Well, see, I was zooming in on the Panama Canal.
Yeah.
I went to Google Earth.
Okay.
Like, I zoomed out towards, like, Earth.
Yeah.
And then I went and zoomed in on the Panama Canal, and I was like, oh, interesting. And you could see all the ships.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it is remarkable. Put it on satellite mode and really look at the whole area. And some are blocked out, I think, on purpose. Certain areas, it's not very, doesn't look like water or mountains. I think it's just blocked for security reasons.
But you see how narrow and...
It's amazing. It ends up being about a ship wide at certain points through those locks.
A lot of it is just a ship wide. So
And then goes into a huge lake, kind of, and you see a lot of. But yeah, you can see the ships there from whenever they took that satellite image. Then I zoom out, and I went to Greenland. See what I'm doing here?
Okay.
And I'm going to Greenland, and I'm kind of
land shopping while you're there.
It's not much to buy. Not much there. The coast, you have some cities on the coast that are proper
beautiful
cities.
condos along the coast. There,
Yeah,
Joey.
no, they really are proper cities on the coastlines, but most of that is just white mountains.
We might can get it at a good deal, though, Joey.
Yeah, and then of course I started like going over Canada, zooming in. I'm like, this is some good. This should be the 51st day. But you're right. Even like satellite images of Greenland, you can see that little car or that person right there on the street, which is number one, crazy.
It is crazy.
Like we're so used to it now, but that's insane. That you could you have a God's eye view where you could zoom in and see the title of your golf ball.
Well, this one I saw was disturbing, and there's a trend of them. So you can go and you can see a long lost relative that's no longer with us, and where they were taking out the trash or even moving the car, which is great.
Well, there's Grandpa flipping off the postman again.
Well, no, it was one was this is the moment, or this is her walking into the house right after she said no to me and broke my heart.
Oh wow!
And I've never been the same.
Oh my God!
And they just get worse.
Oh no!
Only worse up until worse things happen. Yeah. So that was a trend I didn't appreciate on the TikTok. I'm down with the good positive.
So you're still on the talk?
Yeah, man, more than ever, because I know they're getting ready to ban it. So it's getting better than ever.
I gave it up about a year ago. I'm like, I don't need the talk.
Yeah, it's better than ever. Best to me, best algorithm out there besides what's the Instagram? That one's pretty good. That's you younger guys, and you younger folks, and
I've cleaned my Instagram up.
What's that mean? Is that something you can do? Something I need to do?
Yeah.
Really?
You can stop liking those naked ladies.
Oh, it's not really many. Well, I guess I'm not that many on the Instagram. That's why I kind of like it.
Good. You've cleaned it up. Good. You've cleaned up your
I
act.
think I ever went there, but
okay.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe
You
I
still
need
on Chive?
Well, the Chive,
Yeah, that's a whole
I don't know
other
what's gonna be
thing.
there.
You don't get to scroll through that, though, really.
Not as much as
You just click next, right? And this guy's still on E-Bombs World. He's still...
That's good stuff coming out there, Joey, every day. You heard of it too, I guess.
Oh. By the way, Trump kept up his usual jolly self and mood, posting a GIF of himself dancing as Santa.
See, I saw the GIF. I just didn't realize it was him that posted it.
I don't
which
think
makes
he
me love it that
created
much
it.
more.
I think
Yeah.
he saw people sharing. And he's like, "I'm posting
The
it
fact
on my
that
own
he put it
account."
out there
Yeah.
is great.
And apparently, Trump kept the trolling of Canada going.
Yeah, he did.
He said Trump continued his trolling. He did it on Christmas Day. Here's what Trump put on Truth Social. Quote, "I just left Wayne Gretzky, the great one, as he's known in ice hockey circles." As he's known in ice hockey.
Okay.
I said, "Wayne, why don't you run for Prime Minister of Canada, soon to be known as the Governor of Canada? You would win easily. You wouldn't even have to campaign." Trump added, he had no interest, but I think the people of Canada should start a draft Wayne Gretzky movement. It would be so much fun to watch. Of course, draft Wayne Gretzky's in all caps.
Of course.
So Trump seemed to be in good spirits.
Dude, they would love that. Canada would love that.
I think it's going to be this Pierre Poilievre guy.
Yeah, I like Pierre.
I like him too.
Straightforward, straight up nerd, but very, I hate to say it this way, but just a very comfortable nerd. He knows his facts and figures. He knows what his plan is. He doesn't plan on deviating from the plan. It's just a go.
Trump also said Merry Christmas to Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada, saying taxes are far too high, but if Canada was to become our 51st state, their taxes would be cut more than 60%. Their businesses would immediately double in size, and they would be militarily protected like no other country anywhere in the world. Man, he's really going in on this.
Yeah. You ever seen Wayne Gretzky's wife, by the way?
No. What about her?
Smoke show.
Really? Good-looking woman?
I forgot about that.
Well, he is the great one.
Well, they've been married a while, too.
Oh, wait, so it's like they've been together.
I forgot how hot she was. I looked at Wayne and brought back some of those.
Right.
Wow.
You think he went to a gym, adopted a fat girl, and like really invested in time?
No, I think she was a Playboy model.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
Well, he is the great one.
He is a great one.
He is the great one. And then Trump continued with his usual trolling all through Christmas. And he's not letting go of the whole Panama Canal thing.
Good.
He announced Kevin Cabrera will serve as the United States ambassador to the Republic of Panama. And that's the statement. I'm reading right from Trump's statement, comma, Republic of Panama, comma, a country that is ripping us off on the Panama Canal far beyond their wildest dreams. Kevin is a fierce fighter for America First principles, is a Miami-Dade County Commissioner, vice chair, yada, 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 instrumental in driving economic growth, blah, 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 blah. But Trump had to get that little dig in. Of
course.
He did it also with the ambassador to Denmark, that he wants Greenland, he wants the Panama Canal. And actually, if you go to Google Earth, you're like, geostrategically, this makes a lot of sense. You got your southern flank with the Panama Canal, a huge geostrategic piece of geography there. That's all major shipping goes through that for the most part.
Well, we need it for protection if something does happen.
That too.
And you see how vulnerable it is, Joe.
Right.
It wasn't.
Right.
Wouldn't take much.
Right. So that's your southern flank. And then we already hold Alaska.
Yeah, we hold it pretty strong.
And then you talk about, by the way, a great, wasn't it called Somebody's Folly?
Seward Follies.
Yeah. Where people are like, oh, this is just the dumbest thing to buy ever. And he made
Best
bank.
purchase ever.
Yeah.
For the United States.
It's almost up there with buying Manhattan.
Better.
In the 1600s.
Better because if he would just let us drill.
Right. Oh, yeah. Seward's Folly. Yeah. Yeah. So, but if you add Greenland to the mix, now you have your northeastern flank. Essentially, it would allow you to dominate, more so than we already do, the Western Hemisphere. And this is how we're able, because we dominate the Western Hemisphere, we're able to dominate the rest of the world. This is why folks, I think, rightfully are so worried about China. Not that we have to go to war with China, but if China gets hegemony, in the same way we have that hegemony and dominance 100%. In the Western Hemisphere, if they control the East, especially all the island and the island chains and stuff, they would be able to project power globally.
Agreed.
And that is not something you want.
But I think what holds that back is China, and boy, we're getting close to this, but China at the end of the day cannot be trusted.
True, and
But
also
we are getting very close to that too.
yes, and this is what's always bedeviled the Chinese or the Russians is they have this huge land border. And right now they're like, we're best of friends. We're driving a change that hadn't been seen in a century. But throughout those millennia of history those two nations have, they always screw each other over.
Every time.
And so if you don't have that secured, like, okay, you took Taiwan, and then all of a sudden Russia's doing something, you're like, dadgummit.
Yep, backdooring you.
Right. So I don't know. I think Trump's
keep your friends.
There's a method to the madness. People are like, why does he want to buy Greenland? Like, don't look at a flat map. Go look at a globe. The race for the Arctic is a very real thing. If you have Greenland right there, you are right there within the Arctic Ocean.
But I'm worried that our administration will go there, Greenland will go bankrupt, and now we've got another issue.
Greenland will go bankrupt?
Yeah, let our administration run it. Look at the United States.
Oh, let Biden and team.
Well, not
or
just
just the
that.
deep state. Yeah,
Right.
I see your point.
Look, tell me anything they've ever touched that has blossomed.
You know, a guy who touches stuff and makes it blossom, makes it bloom, makes it shimmer and shine?
Who that?
Josh Ryder.
Oh, yeah, well, of course.
And Leslie Ryder, also wonderful. Josh and Leslie, got to go see them at Dillon Rings, though they're closed today.
Oh, that's right.
They're not opening up until after January the 2nd.
Oh, wow.
So they're taking a long, well-deserved vacation.
Why don't we think about this, Joey?
I know, because we're not smart like they are. We made a mistake doing a show today. It's just obvious to all.
Just, come on, man.
But if you want to check out what Dillon Rings have to offer, you can always go to DillonRings.com or just search for Dillon Rings on Instagram or the Book of Faces.
Oh, they got a great Facebook page.
And yeah, you see all those samples of those diamond rings or like the birthstones for a particular month.
Beautiful.
And when we say full service, we not only mean, yes, the amazing selection from high-end jewelry to everyday jewelry that ain't going to break the bank or break your heart if you say mess it up or lose it on a crazy night out on the town or going to the beach or something. But they also do things like repairs. So it could be that bracelet breaks, that necklace breaks, that stone is not real set, solid. It's kind of jingling in your ring.
Ooh, you don't want that.
No, you don't want that at all. Especially if it's a valuable stone.
Right.
They can repair that stuff. If they can even do watch repairs, which should tell you how good Josh Ryder is. You want to go down a YouTube rabbit hole? Go look up watch repairs and restoration. It is some of the most delicate, tedious work. There's something very soothing, actually, about watching somebody who knows what they're doing work on that. And, of course, Josh Ryder is one of those guys. They can also do things like spa treatments, so to make that older jewelry shimmer and shine like it's brand new. Or appraisals. Maybe you've been sitting on a ring or some piece of jewelry that's been in the family for generations. You haven't had it appraised in 20 years.
You need to.
Or it could be you're sitting on a bunch of old jewelry, gold, silver, that you'd like to sell, get rid of. Like, again, they're a full-service jewelry shop there at Dillon Rings. So check them out today, and be sure to tell Josh and Leslie Ryder when you get in touch with them that Joey and Eddie, those fellas on the radio, sent you. Let's go to the phones and talk to Robert. Hey, Robert, how you doing?
Hey, guys, Merry Christmas. And, you know, I'd just like to say it's okay to say belated Merry Christmas. I know Christmas was yesterday.
Oh, Christmas time just began. It's 12 days of
12
Christmas.
12 days, baby.
That's right. And I love your show. And I want to hit on so many things because y'all hit on so many things on your show. But I want to thank Councilman Mitchell. There was a lot of things I like him, whoever he is, from what he said. That was my first hearing of him. But when it comes to Montgomery, I've lived here my whole life too. And that side of town, my granddaddy worked at Winn-Dixie, and then that side of town could use some help. But when you think about a place that needs help, it's not government money that has to do it. You just get rid of the regulations and you let somebody help you with it. You see what I'm saying? Because I see the rundown, and I'm talking about the building. But look, y'all don't let me go because now I want to jump onto Trump with the Greenland and the Panama Canal.
Yeah.
Look at here. That's not his personal feelings. That's America's feelings. In other words, as an American, hey, man, that was a great accomplishment. It's helped the world. It's helped the whole world. And what are we going to do as Americans? Just sit and let a Panama Canal that a couple hundred miles from us down there just go to crap? No. Or Greenland. If you already defended, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's not as crazy as you think, and especially it's not crazy when you think I'm doing it for a nation. It's not for me. And this is the other thing. Let me just say, please let me say one more thing to the media. They keep saying, oh, they all listen to Donald Trump. What they don't understand, no, it's Donald Trump listens to the American people. Yeah. They got it backwards. In other words, Donald Trump didn't indoctrinate me. He didn't tell me something I hadn't already thought.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because use your common sense. How brilliant is to give away the Panama Canal to China?
Not.
Or you dig what I'm shoveling?
Oh, yeah.
And,
Yeah. I appreciate it, Robert.
That's why you put an executive in charge of your most precious thing, which is America. And we all live up under America, whether you're gay, trans, whatever.
I just say it that way. I appreciate it, Robert.
See you, Robert.
272-9228.
So those bells, they just randomly came to you? You weren't watching like
no
a Christmas movie and I mean this part's great. I dig this. I just can't imagine when you went.
Listen in the right channel, you can hear a little muted clav doing the same line as the bells. But it's mixed, so you might not hear it very clearly. The bells cut through, though.
Oh, they do. They do cut
through. I knew you were going to comment on the bells.
I'm great. I'm very happy. This is a Christmas song.
Is it a Christmas song?
It's got bells.
It could. I didn't intend it to be a Christmas song.
During
I think
Christmas season?
I guess I was in the Christmas mood.
Okay, that's a good thing, man.
Got a funky Christmas.
That's a good thing.
So, because there's not much in the news today, people have been doing like best ofs.
Yes,
which again we should have done instead of doing a live show today.
I've seen a ton of best ofs.
So people are doing the best of Trump tweets through the years. Number one,
much more wholesome than my best of.
Yeah. Number one, I hope we never find life on other planets because there's no doubt the U.S. government will start sending them money.
See, this is why I don't want Greenland.
See, that was in June of 2014. He tweeted that.
It's not wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Not wrong.
He goes on. This is from September of 2014. 2014, he had some good ones. I have to censor this a little bit, folks.
Oh?
Every time I speak of the haters and losers, I do so with great love and affection. They cannot help the fact they were born effed up. Every time I speak of the haters and losers, I do so with love and affection. They cannot help the fact they were born effed up.
Baby, I was born this way.
Okay, and then, of course, there's this classic from, I think when he was running for president. When was this? I don't even know when this was. I think it might have been 2015, 2016. But let me throw it up on the stream here. You can always watch us at Joey Clark Live on YouTube, on Facebook, or the X platform. Just search for Joey Clark or The Joey Clark on X. But look at this one. It's Trump he's in his office at Trump Tower. And he says, "Happy Cinco de Mayo. The best taco bowls are made in Trump Tower Grill. I love Hispanics."
I do remember that. I remember laughing then. Even harder now.
Well, and folks are like, this is just racist or this is ham-handed and stuff. He had more Hispanic voters,
right,
than any Republican.
Who says it's racist? It's the same
it's
old
him
white
being
people.
himself.
But it's guilty white people that keep screaming racism all the time.
Right. No, and it's not like Trump. Remember when he was like, somebody behind the scenes must have chastised him. It was right after the hurricanes hit Puerto Rico. But somebody must have chastised him about how he kept saying, like, most Americans, Puerto Rico. Because he came out during the press conference and he said, and we really care about the people of Puerto Rico. That's how I've been told to say it. Puerto Rico.
Remember he went down there and did the whole paper towel toss?
Yeah, right. Oh, offensive.
Again, who was offended?
Not Hispanics.
No. No, not at all.
He then, this is all the way back in 2012. Trump says, I love Twitter. It's like owning your own newspaper without the losses. That's a prophetic tweet right there. And funny. Okay. This one's from 2012 as well. This is a classic right here. Everyone knows I am right that Robert Pattinson should dump Kristen Stewart. In a couple of years, he will thank me. Be smart, Robert. He's right. He was right. He was right. Again, folks, we made a terrible, terrible mistake doing a live show today.
He was right, though.
Let's go to line one. You're on there. Who's this?
This is Robert, the other Robert.
Hey, Robert. Hey, Robert.
Hey, I had called before when y'all were talking about Arlo Guthrie, This Land Is Your Land.
Yes.
I had to look that up later because it was just vague in memory, but I remembered that, and it was an album in 1987. But I'd like to make a request. Bernie Sanders sings Where Have All the Flowers Gone?
And it's Woody Guthrie?
Woody.
Yeah.
No, it's Bernie Sanders.
Oh, no, but the Bernie Sanders version.
Oh, yeah, the Bernie Sanders version was This Land Is My Land. That was off his 1987 album.
Wow.
Yeah, it's some good listening. It's got a little reggae.
Good listening right there. Hey, is that Freedom Rock? Turn that up.
All right. Well, I appreciate the call.
Thank you, Robert.
272-9228. You're on there. Who's this?
This is Crawdad real
Hey,
quick.
Crawdaddy.
Hey, Crawdad.
I just wanted to say you do Donald Trump too damn good. That's kind of scary. So what we need is either more cowbell or kafifi.
That was another great moment. The kafifi?
Thank you very much and have a good day. Happy
You too,
New
Crawdaddy.
Year.
Happy New Year, brother.
And here's another classic one. I got to pull it up on the stream, though, Eddie. This is when he's president in 2018. To Iranian President Rouhani. And then it goes into all caps.
All caps, yeah.
All caps for like a paragraph. Never, ever threaten the United States again, or you will suffer consequences the likes of which few throughout history have ever suffered before. We are no longer a country that will stand for your demented words of violence and death. Be cautious.
Be cautious.
Yeah, after you put all that in all caps, be cautious.
Don't buy any pagers.
Goodness gracious.
They showed a lot of videos of that this weekend, of the pagers.
Oh, yeah, they went into all
Holy
that detail.
cow.
Yeah. Did you see Israel has amped up bombings against the Houthis and in northern Gaza? I know there's more to hit in Gaza. And I think what's happened here is Trump said, hurry up.
Yep.
And so it's going to be counterintuitive.
Yeah.
That probably one of, if not the most pro-Zionist, pro-Israel presidents in American history, Donald Trump.
Yep.
It's back in there. It's probably going to be that guy who says, hey, rein it in.
Yeah, I agree with what you said, though. I think he told him, hurry it up, get it over before I get there.
And thus why you're seeing the day after Christmas, this ramp up of activity by the Israeli Air Force in particular. Their Air Force is done well. Their Air Force is quite good. The IDF has had victories, but the IDF it's not been an easy
a lot harder
year.
combat, a lot more hand-on, close close calls.
Anyway, back to the best ofs from Trump. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un just stated that the nuclear button is on his desk at all times. Will someone from his depleted and food-starved regime please inform him that I too have a nuclear button, but it is much bigger and more powerful one than his, and my button works?
Love the way he handled Kim Jong-un.
Oh, no, and then you got guys been working that desk, the North Korea desk, for 20, 30 years, diplomats, intelligence agents, all stuff. Like, what is he doing?
But here's the thing.
And then he gets this breakthrough.
Somebody like Trump comes through. We've got these policies of certain nations we just don't talk to. We just don't talk to them. Well, no wonder our relationship has been in the crapper for 50-something years. You know, people have changed. Why don't we check in on them every so often? No, we just don't talk to them. Lo and behold, he checks in on Kim Jong-un. He gives him some real estate advice. Says, man, you got these great coasts. You should build some condos. You should build some vacation places around here.
And we'll end with this one and hit a break. This is Trump from 2019 saying, washed up psycho Bette Midler was forced to apologize for a statement she attributed to me that turned out to be totally fabricated by her in order to make your great president look really bad. She got caught just like the fake news media gets caught, a sick scammer. I want to see more tweets about The View. That's all I'm saying.
I got a feeling they'll be coming.
And am I not a bit of a prophet? People thought I'm just Joey's just joking around. What was the first reason I gave I was voting for Trump?
You like I won't say the anarchy, but you like all the craziness and the dancing.
The dancing. Yep. I said the number one reason is the dancing. Mm-hmm. And has not the dancing spread like
actually,
wildfire
the dancing
all throughout this
up
nation?
The scale pretty good.
I'm
not
serious.
Just the nation. I'm telling you, there were some Chinese weddings over the weekend where they showed Trump, the bachelor coming out, doing the Trump dance.
Right.
It's worldwide, baby. And there was another guy. There was a sports guy the other day, a soccer guy, scored a goal, did the Trump dance, and they started to get on to him, but the crowd overruled him and let him do his Trump dance.
Think the Trump dance worked to that song I made on Christmas Eve?
Might have to change the timing just a bit on one of the two, but we can make it work.
This part of the program brought to you by Bo Goodson and the Goodson Group. And there at the Goodson Group, Bo and his team are ready to help you, whether you're looking to buy or sell here in the Montgomery and surrounding areas. Bo has been working in the River Region real estate market for nearly half a century now. And not only can they help you buying or selling with all that experience ready to help you out, they can help you if you want to rent out your home. They can help you with management services. Great idea in this market. Excuse me. Again, we shouldn't have done a live show today, but great idea in this market. But it can be a pain in the butt to manage that rental yourself, especially if you have no experience doing that. Why not, for a reasonable fee, have the Goodson Group do that for you? And the crown jewel there at the Goodson Group is the Bo Goodson Real Estate School, one of the most highly acclaimed real estate programs in the state. And the proof is in all the folks that have graduated from that course, gone on to great success as fully licensed real estate agents or more knowledgeable private players. So y'all check out the Goodson Group today. You can always go to thegoodsongroup.com or give them a call at 551-0225. That's 551-0225. Bo Goodson and the Goodson Group, great sponsor here of the program. Yeah, I'm like wondering if... No, you can do that.
You can do it. You can do it.
You can do it. Especially the one up top. And then the golf swing.
The golf swing is, that's also coming around. Saw a lady do that this weekend.
We'll be right back, folks.
Joey Clark.
He may not know whether he's coming or going, but whether you're going to work or coming home, Greg Budell is there. Mornings 6 till 9 and afternoons 3 till 6. Only on News Talk 93.1 FM WACV.
This is your roving reporter, and today I am talking with an elk. Hey man, Mr. Elk, I was just wondering, what do elk do to take care of their money? Well, like most smart folks, we call David Erdit. You mean Alabama's most favorite asset preservationist? That's him, man. We call him up at 334-279-7431 or
205-479-0839.
I see.
Yes, he is our preferred money man.
The money man with the money plan.
You've been paying attention.
Well, could you give us those numbers one more time?
334-279-7431 or 205-479-0839. And I just want to try to give you a heads up, man.
Oh, what's that?
I'm not an elk.
Not an elk, huh? Well, then, pray tell, what are you?
Knights of Columbus.
I am not even going to make a comment.
Well, the baby liked it.
Help solve unsolved crimes by watching Action 8 News. Look for our exclusive I-Team reports as we work with Central Alabama Crime Stoppers to solve murder mysteries and put criminals behind bars. Victims' families are counting on you to watch Action 8 News. Ever miss an Action 8 newscast? Catching up is easy with the free Zeem app. Watch the news live on your phone or see newscasts from the past 3 days. Download Zeem. Search for Zeem in your app store today and stay on top of what's happening from Action 8 News.
Are you tired of the mainstream media's biased reporting? Do you want to stay informed on the news that really matters to you? Look no further than 1819 News. At 1819 News, we bring you the latest in Alabama news, politics, sports, culture, and more. We've assembled a team of journalists with Alabama values dedicated to the truth and the truth alone. Visit us at 1819news.com today. That's 1819news.com. Subscribe to our newsletter. Honest News, Alabama Values. This hour of News and Views is brought to you by our good friends at Alabama Home Mortgage. Alabama Home Mortgage, 567-4223. Visit them on the web at myalabamahomemortgage.com. NMLS number 1586368, an equal housing lender.
What'll it be, Joe?
Coffee and apple pie. Whoa, Madge, what was that?
The lights? Oh, they always dim when the dishwasher turns on.
You should call Crosby Electric.
You think?
Overloaded circuits at your business can be dangerous. The experts at Crosby Electric can upgrade your electrical service to safely handle the load, and they can add receptacles where needed to eliminate overuse of extension cords.
Madge, I'd like to pay you. The problem is it's so dark in here I can't read my bill.
No, the problem is you're cheap.
Well, that's a problem too.
Effective, attractive lighting is essential for any business. Crosby Electric can help with a new lighting scheme that will give your business a fresh, exciting look, and they can recommend outdoor lighting for greater safety and security.
That'll be $4.50 for the coffee and pie, Joe.
Don't I get anything for recommending Crosby Electric?
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Joe.
You're welcome.
Don't put off essential electrical upgrades for your business. Call 272-2085 or visit crosbyelectric.com.
Rich Thomas Weather, a service of Wiley Sanders Truck Lines, where over-the-road dump truck drivers are needed right now. Home twice a week and every weekend, must leave early on Sunday with Blue Cross Blue Shield. Call them now at 855-777-9785.
Rich Thomas Weather. Well, hi, everybody. It's a cloudy forecast today. Spotty showers around from time to time with a high temperature up to about 61. Becoming windy later on with wind gusts over to 20 miles per hour. It'll be mostly cloudy down to about 48 tonight. Tomorrow, the risk of some widely scattered showers and a high temperature up to about 67. Showers and storms becoming more likely in the overnight hours Friday night, and periods of showers and storms Saturday and Saturday night. Some of the storms strong, possibly severe, with a high around 72. Maybe a couple of leftover showers on Sunday morning. From the Blue Water Weather Center, this is Rich Thomas.
Web Bobo with Capital Tractor. Get 0% financing up to 48 months with approved credit. Now on select Kubota track loaders and excavators. Get a Kubota now through December 31st, 2024. See Capital Tractor Montgomery and Brundage or KubotaUSA.com for details.
Live, local talk. The River Region's most trusted voice for news and opinion. News Talk 93.1 FM WACV.
This is a Trump country. We live in the Southeast. We drink sweet tea. We don't drink socialist Kool-Aid.
Joey Clark.
Welcome back. I can't get enough of the Trump meme of him dancing.
Yeah.
Like Trump himself having fun and being in the holiday spirit. Always good to see. 272-9228 if you want to get in on the conversation. This part of the program brought to you by James Cole and Cole Plumbing. And Cole Plumbing does fantastic work.
Amazing
really
work, brother.
And so if you've got an everyday plumbing problem like a clogged drain, low water pressure, which that is the most miserable thing, especially trying to take a hot shower in the middle of the winter. And all of a sudden it goes to just a little drizzle, a little drip.
They have helped me out more than one time on dripping faucets, like in bathtubs and in sinks. When I go to sell a house, inspection goes through. Well, hey, we've got a leaking sink here. I can call them guys up, and literally that afternoon, it's done and taken care of. Man, they
There
do
you go.
a great job. Great.
And if that say garbage disposal is clogged, the kitchen sink's clogged.
Oh no, thank you.
Don't just keep pouring Drano down there. You are just
Making
causing
it
more problems.
so much worse.
And then, of course, you get things like tree root invasion. You could get a massive leak inside or outside your home. So if the water bill comes back like $500,
Yeah.
like, we didn't install a pool. What the heck is this? They can, of course, take care of that for you there at Cole Plumbing. They have this proprietary pipelining technology that allows them with a minimal discomfort to you in your home to get in there and solve the issue without tearing out a bunch of drywall, digging up a huge hole in your yard. No, with precision and expertise, they can get the job done. Or they can help you upgrade to, say, tankless water heater system or new accessories in the bathroom or the kitchen, maybe a taller toilet or a fancier toilet. Maybe you're going with a bidet.
Nice for the knees.
Cole Plumbing can help you with all of that. So call them up today. Make an appointment, 279-8919. That's 279-8919. And just remember, folks, when you have trouble with your bowl,
call on Cole, Joey.
Call on Cole. 272-9228. Why not? It's Christmas. Let's go to James. Hello, James.
What's happening, James?
Go to one of your favorite callers, right, Joey?
Depends on the day, James.
look,
Merry
brother.
Christmas.
Look, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Let me just say, a live show is preferred. All right?
Fair enough.
I think the cat's name was, Booker T.
In the MGs?
Earlier, when he was concerned about West Montgomery, did I get the right caller?
Oh, Boomer T.
Boomer T.
Boomer
Yeah,
T.
Boomer T.
Boomer T.
I was over here
Okay, my
thinking
bad.
Green
That's
Onion.
how
Me too. That's why. Yeah.
That's how my ear is. I heard Booker T, but okay, Boomer T. I mean, that cat was on point. Excuse me for saying so, but he was on point. See, I'm 61, and I'm young enough to remember Bellis Has and Gaylords and West Montgomery.
Gaylord, yep. Mm-hmm.
And I remember when you used to go bowling over there in that same general area, if I'm not mistaken, not too far from where Bellis Has and Gaylords was, if it's not in the same location, next door to it. And Montgomery Mall and Martin Twin Theater.
Oh, yeah.
At Joey, Martin Twin Theater was just like right there on the same asphalt, just up from Montgomery Mall. The first blockbuster movie, if I'm not mistaken, was Jaws, and it was right there in Montgomery, and the line wrapped around, not necessarily around the theater, but it was long. And I'm like 13 years old, I think I was, and I'm standing there in line for a movie, which was like unheard of.
Oh, yeah. No, and even somebody my age, I just turned 36. I remember going to Montgomery Mall. I remember when you had a bunch of restaurants out in that strip center when the other Windsong movie theater was there. Like, what is the skate center over there? I remember being over there a lot, and it just slowly, as I grew older, just no reason to go that way.
And you know why it's like it is now? It's because we have bought into the narrative of lesser than, and we have allowed it to be the way it is. And we can straighten it out if we are of a mind to. But it's going to have to take, it will take everybody deciding that we can have some discipline and we can go backwards, go back to the way things used to be. And with our, excuse me for going there, but our institutions like marriage, two people in a home as man and wife, and raising children without necessarily having to have a stipend from somewhere. And not that we don't all benefit from federal government on some level, but I'm just saying, we need to look in that rearview mirror and see what was going right before we allowed it to be messed up. Now, let me ask you this question, Joey. yesterday, and this is not a question, this is a statement, but yesterday I watched The Sons of Katie Elder. Have you ever seen that movie?
I have not.
That's a good one. You might find that of interest. The Sons of Katie Elder.
Okay.
All right.
19.
How's the real estate business, brother?
Doing all right. It's going to do better here shortly. Give it about another 2 weeks.
Okay. All right. Well, Happy New Year. I'm looking forward to a good 2025, and you cats have a nice day. And again, a live show is preferred.
Well,
we appreciate it out here in the wilderness.
Happy New Year, James.
Have a good one,
Appreciate it.
James.
Yeah, John Wayne in it, Dean Martin. Nice little cast they got there. Dennis Hopper.
Oh, Hopper's good.
Yeah.
John Wayne was really good. John Wayne was. I've seen.
Oh yeah.
Just here, I don't know how, but here lately, the last couple of months, I've caught up with John Wayne movies. When they're on, I just start watching. I really enjoy them.
This part of the program brought to you by Alabama Home Mortgage, and they're at Alabama Home Mortgage. Kim and Madeline. That's Kim Williams and Madeline Cannon are ready to help you hit the ground running in this new year, whether you're looking to purchase a home or refinance.
That's right.
You know, say if you're refinancing, there's a lot of reasons you might be, but let Kim and Madeline get to know you and your goals in refinancing your property. That way you can get credit card debt off your back, or maybe the big family vacation you always wanted. Maybe you want to invest in yourself, your family, or back into your property itself with a refinance deal. They can get you ready to go. The turnaround time is amazing. And they can set you up the right way there at Alabama Home Mortgage. And if you are looking to buy, go ahead and get pre-approved like right now.
Best thing to do.
Just call them up. 567-4223. That's 567-4223. Or you can always apply online if you want to do it that route. myalabamahomemortgage.com. There is a difference in mortgage companies like Kim and Madeline. Prove that to you today. NMLS number 1586368, an equal housing lender. Line 3, you're on there. Who's this?
Soldier Boy.
Hey, what's
Soldier
up,
Boy.
man?
What's up, guys?
Another day.
I like that last caller called you. What do you call you, cats? Cool cats?
Something like that.
I'm going to snap my fingers like a beatnik. That's cool, Daddy-O. Yeah.
Are you going to do
Yeah, man.
poetry at the same time?
You know it, man. Can you dig it? I
Yes,
feel
I
it,
can.
man. Feel it. Hey, question. First of all, I tell you, when Boomer gets on, he gets me so fired up. I tell you, he should be working in a military recruiter. I'm telling you. I tell you, you just want to sign up for something.
Oh, he gets going, man.
Oh, and you notice one thing too. He goes from first, and sometimes he just skips second, goes straight to third.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Not many people can do that.
No.
And still
you're right.
count it
No.
as a triple.
no. And the next thing was, I got to applaud the city councilman that came on your show.
Yeah, Rhonda
okay?
Mitchell, yeah.
I wish all the councilmen and women would come on the show and do the same thing.
Me too. I think it's
Okay.
crazy. It's
Why
crazy
not?
that you don't. Yeah, I
Yeah,
agree.
and we're very nice. I mean, you're gonna have to talk to Soldier Boy and Boomer T on the phone sometimes, but
But if they don't come
I'm
on
getting
here,
third-
where do they meet their constituents at? I mean, honestly,
Well, that's my-
I wonder.
I like what he does. He's telling us what's going on, what's happening, what's going on in his, and also how it's affecting the city, which in turn affects the other district. You know, I mean,
Right.
city council people, right? So I think that's great. Okay, I think that's going to be a great option. But here's my question: is when the mayor comes on the show, Joey,
Mhm.
you don't throw fastballs anymore. Maybe you throw them underhanded and slow.
yeah, I don't see the point of
This guy
throwing
could-
the fastball, man. Like,
Well, I
number
think
one, what's
so.
it going to
Well,
change? Like, I'll put it this way. The mayor can say whatever the heck he wants on these airwaves, and others can judge whether or not it's up to snuff or if it's true in the first place.
Well, first of all, he can't say anything he wants. It's a First Amendment right, okay? Second of all, he works for me, you, and Eddie, okay?
Sure.
Bottom line, I guess they forget that. The constituents are only important come election time, right? But I like the guy that came today, man. He just answered every question you had there, man. I loved it.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
we'll
maybe
see.
not for
We
mayor.
thought we were going to have the mayor on last week, maybe this week, and something fell through. So I on that
Oh.
his end. So
Oh, he's still crying because he was supporting the campaign of Kamala Harris. There's people still getting over it. They're crying still. I don't know. He took some time off, I heard, to be supportive on her election to presidency. I love that. Yeah, I love it when Biden won. He put on there. He called us all losers. Here's all the losers in Montgomery that voted for Trump. He says. So here's my question: okay, since you lost this time, Mayor, and your supporters did, who's the loser now? Answer that riddle. Be that.
And of course, if the mayor's office is listening, you're always welcome on the show. I appreciate it, Soldier Boy.
Well, it's just I don't think it's his place to call his constituents names, derogative names. I mean, they called Trump Hitler, Mussolini.
Yeah, but they lost.
And then you want to call us trash, but yet he can go ahead and call us losers. Okay, all right. I've never forgotten that. That was like when Trump ran the first time against Joe Biden and he lost, and I had to hear that crap. I said, you know what? I'm a big boy. I sucked it up and everything, but yes, revenge has its sweet taste, and it tastes good. Y'all have a great day.
You too.
See you, brother.
And Merry Christmas. I'm very much in the Christmas spirit. I remember the thing you said. Looks like the shoe is on the other foot.
Yeah, I remember some things that were done to friends of mine.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Careers ruined. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. You want to talk about it publicly?
No.
Not really? Okay. No. Yeah, we'll see. Into the new year. We certainly will see. And I do appreciate Councilman Mitchell, Councilor Szymanski.
Oh, yeah.
I would love to have Ed Grimes on, and Glenn Pruitt, and Julie Beer, and Jen Wright, and all of them.
I mean, again, we don't beat anybody up. We may occasionally have questions. We have callers that have questions. But why would you want to come on a local radio station and talk to your constituents? Address them. Let them know you're still alive. I like that lady in Texas disappeared for 6 months. Didn't somebody notice, hey, she ain't voted in like 6 months?
Right. And we'll see. Because we're always like, we gave that new chief a chance.
Yeah. I got it. Yeah.
And then, he had to go play in some... Anyway.
It's happening in New York, too.
Oh, really?
Big one in New York.
A big one?
Mm-hmm. Same type situation.
Somebody playing grab ass?
Mm-hmm.
Huh. It's unfortunate.
Yep.
That is a good rule of thumb as we head into the new year, especially if you're a new member of Congress.
Don't get your paycheck and your sex at the same
keep
place?
your pants on.
Oh. Okay. Well, that too.
Stop being a dirty dog and keep your pants on. So we'll see. That's the first thing I'll say to a new chief. Keep your pants on, sir, ma'am.
These women just coming at me, Joey.
Just keep your pants on. I know you're charming. I know you got game.
Talking to a man in uniform here.
I know you even got permission back at home. But keep your pants on. You're supposed to be a professional.
It's bad.
And so are we going to get another brilliant young superintendent? All of a sudden, Montgomery's public school system will change?
Yeah, I don't want to comment.
Happy to hear folks out, folks. That's my general approach. But don't ever get the impression that I'm greatly impressed. Because it takes quite a lot, actually. Hey, final hour coming up.
Right.
Y'all stay tuned.
Broadcasting from the Riverside Chevrolet Master Control Center, this is WACV Cusana, News Talk 93.1 FM. When it's Chevy, it's Riverside.
With SRN News, I'm John Scott. A line of severe thunderstorms powering up in Texas could spark some severe weather, including high winds, hail, and potential tornadoes. Some flights delayed or canceled at airports in Dallas and Houston. The National Weather Service says the greatest risk would stretch across Texas east of Dallas, between Houston and portions of southern Arkansas and western and northern Louisiana. A man has been arrested in the fatal shooting of a 7-year-old boy on a tribal reservation in Colorado earlier this month. Police on the Navajo Nation in Utah say 23-year-old Jeremiah Height was taken into custody. Authorities had been looking for Height for several days before finding him in a remote area. Stocks are lower now. The Dow dropping 5 points. The NASDAQ Composite down 10. This is SRN News.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-885-3333. That's 800-885-3333. 800-885-3333.
Rich Thomas Weather, a service of Riverside Chevrolet Wetumpka. If it's Chevy, it's Riverside. Best price, best selection. Check them out on the web at riversideusa.net.
Well, hi, everybody. It's a cloudy forecast today. Spotty showers around from time to time with a high temperature up to about 61. Becoming windy later on with wind gusts over to 20 miles per hour. It'll be mostly cloudy down to about 48 tonight. Tomorrow, the risk of some widely scattered showers with a high temperature up to about 67. Showers and storms becoming more likely in the overnight hours Friday night and periods of showers and storms Saturday and Saturday night. Some of the storms strong, possibly severe, with a high around 72. Maybe a couple of leftover showers on Sunday morning. From the Blue Water Weather Center, this is Rich Thomas.
We're redesigning financial freedom at CB&S Bank. Make purchases at participating stores and restaurants using your CB&S Bank debit card through your mobile devices with Mobile Wallet. Charges and fees may apply for your cellular service provider. Contact your service provider for more information. Member FDIC.
1819 News.
A reward is now being offered in an 8-year-old homicide case that occurred in Birmingham. $15,000 is now being offered to help find the person behind the murder of Roger Cheatham back in August of 2016. Investigators say that at least 3 men broke into Cheatham's apartment and shot him as well as another person. Cheatham's children were in the apartment in another room as well. The other shooting victim did survive and was able to tell investigators about the incident, but Cheatham did not. Anyone with information is encouraged to call Crime Stoppers of Central Alabama. I'll be back with more Alabama stories after this.
Some of the greatest blessings is just having people that care about you, to have someone that's just going to love you and make you feel important. They encourage you to be in church. They encourage you to be in prayer. They encourage you to be in your Bible. Now it's a part of my day every day. My house parents planted seeds in me that you can see where those seeds have sprouted in my life and helped change my life.
Big Oak Ranch, a Christian home for children needing a chance.
During the month of December, the Dexter Avenue King Memorial Baptist Church was able to celebrate its 147th anniversary since its founding. The Dexter Avenue Church currently has Pastor Alan Sims Sr. leading the congregation. During the 1950s, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was the pastor. It was from the church's office that the Montgomery bus boycott was first organized and then implemented, which was the catalyst to the whole civil rights movement. R&B singer Mary J. Blige is coming to Birmingham this coming year. The For My Fans tour will be held at the BJCC in Birmingham on February 15th. Tickets have already gone on sale this month with Ticketmaster. Mary J. Blige will have special guests Neo and Mario performing as well. I'm Andrea Tice.
For more news affecting Alabamians, go to 1819news.com. And while you're there, subscribe to the daily newsletter.
This hour of News and Views is brought to you by our good friends at Cole Plumbing, 279-8919. Cole Plumbing is number 1 in the number 2 business. You don't have to dig a hole. They have proprietary pipelining technology. Ask them about their tankless water heaters. Remember, when you have trouble with your bowl, call on Cole.
Did you know that over 12 times a day, someone in Autauga County calls 911 to report a medical or fire emergency? Volunteer first responders are saving lives and property, and you can be part of their team.
Volunteering as a first responder is really about making a difference where it's needed most, and Autauga County needs you now more than ever. Are you ready to answer the call?
To begin your journey, you can find any of the agencies of the Autauga County Firefighters Association on Facebook or visit makemeafirefighter.org.
Hey, Merry Christmas from Marguerite's, and it's time for our 5-day absolute clearance sale. Now through Monday only, everything goes with Clear the Cases. It's like a healthy selfie sale. Every single case has a separate price: $275, $100, $2,000, $1,500, $750. It's so easy. You just walk around. It's healthy selfie time. We're giving it away. We want to clear the cases. All new jewelry in 2025. Come in and help us clear the cases. Guess what? 1 carat diamonds, $250. Till Monday at Marguerite's.
Now you can add the power of digital advertising to the #1 reach of radio. Let Blue Water's 20 years of local advertising and marketing success show you how. Grow your business with a complete suite of digital solutions, combined with the reach of the most listened to radio group in the river region. Call us or go to BlueWaterBroadcasting.com to find out how we can increase your return on investment. Blue Water Broadcasting, local folks helping local business.
For more information, send an email to digital@BlueWaterBroadcasting.com.
Hey, Merry Christmas from Marguerite's, and it's time for our 5-day absolute clearance sale. Now through Monday only, everything goes with Clear the Cases. It's like a healthy selfie sale. Every single case has a separate price: $275, $100, $2,000, $1,500, $750. It's so easy. You just walk around. It's healthy selfie time. We're giving it away. We want to clear the cases. All new jewelry in 2025. Come in and help us clear the cases. Guess what? 14 karat everyday gold hoops, $99. Till Monday at Marguerite's.
The views and opinions of the following program are solely those of the host and other contributors. These do not necessarily represent those of Liberty Acquisitions 825, Blue Water Broadcasting, its management, staff, or any advertisers. For Montgomery's conversational radio show, it's News and Views on News Talk 93.1 FM. To join the conversation, call 272-9228.
Welcome back. Man, that guy does have some moves.
Oh, yeah, man.
Trump is a great dancer. A really great dancer.
What do you think he gave his wife for Christmas?
Gave his wife?
What do you think he gave her? You know, they had to have a little personal, gift back and forth. Everybody does. Nothing but huge, just a little personal something.
I mean, what do you do when you're
That's
like
what
that
I'm wondering.
red?
What do you give them at that person? What do you give them at that?
I'm sure she's already got
everything she'd ever want. So you had to go find that.
Make it personal.
Right.
Or maybe have it like be a hard, fast promise that we'll do a particular thing when I'm president again.
Ooh.
That you've always wanted. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's you putting that flag on down the road, and you're already gonna be busy enough.
It's like Dumb and Dumber. Here's an IOU. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, it'd have to be something very, very personal. But man, Joey, that would be tough. For Susanna, we've been married 20-something years. I literally got her a gold painting type deal with a gold pan and some dirt and some gold. It has to be very personal, right? I know she loves that. Other than that, if she wants something, she's a grown-ass woman. She just go get it herself.
See, the family didn't exchange gifts this year, but my uncle was up in New York, calls me. He's like, what's your grandfather wearing these days? And I'm like, okay,
That's
make it a zipper. And he got him like an official Yankees coach's jacket, lifelong Yankee fan, my grandfather.
So that's awesome.
So that was good. And even though we weren't giving gifts this year, it's like
that's
was
a good
cool
one. Yeah.
That was a cool little get him a New York Yankees. And I was a little jealous.
I bet. It looks
my
good,
inner kid came out like, hey.
Did you get 2 of those?
Yeah, that's pretty cool, actually. Let's go to Simpler Days. Hey, Simpler Days.
Hey, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
Well, you know, Joey and Eddie, the reason Boomer's the way he is because he was a victim of good old Montgomery, keep it down home because politics.
Oh, absolutely. Sometimes, just not to cut you off, when we have like Szymanski or Mitchell in here, like Mitchell started 5 years ago?
Yeah.
Like Boomer's bringing up stuff that goes back, 10, 20 years, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, this is not something that just started under the Reed campaign. This has been an ongoing, and they started to step on, walk on the people like Boomer T that tried, the small guys that tried to run a business in downtown, and there are others, but I just can't believe you would think that the mayor would stop his busy schedule and come on your show and talk to the citizens.
Have you seen us?
Well, it's not me. His scheduler reaches out, and then somehow it falls through. I feel bad for the guy scheduling
Plus,
things.
he looks at his schedule, and he's looking at it for the day, and then he shows pictures of us two morons. Is there any way you could... Today's not a day.
They
for
look
the
a little
guys.
too fat and gay
Right,
over
can we
there
do a
after
little
Christmas.
something-
Like,
yeah, after
right.
Christmas, can we push that one? I could see that.
Well, let's see. He did not make the Christmas parade. He did not make the football game. He could have been interviewed by, the press or whoever about the city of Montgomery, and he didn't make either one of those big events, but he did make the conference in California that was going on about that time. So all I'm saying is, y'all are small potatoes compared to the
You have to
conference in
remind us of that.
California.
I mean,
No, I get it.
I mean, I knew, but you didn't have to just come shove my nose.
Small
in it.
potatoes. I have a mirror at home.
Jeez.
We're not talking about body parts or anything, man. We're just
No, I was talking about my aura. Like, it's
Yeah.
just, man.
Just
your aura.
Yeah.
Just crush me.
Reality's painful, folks. This time of year. You need to do some workout, push up. You gotta get in the fast lane if you want the mayor to play in this game. Y'all have a good day.
You too, buddy.
Yeah, maybe I'll challenge him to a push-up contest. He's in good shape. We'll film it. Do it for charity.
Yeah, okay.
I'll win. Seriously, I'll win.
No, I don't doubt that.
How many push-ups can you do?
Today?
Yeah, right now.
If
Without crapping your pants.
Oh, well, that's going to change my number again. If I struggled and you gave me a while, I could probably push out 10, but it would be a miserable
Wait, but
10 push-up.
like all at once?
No.
Oh,
no,
wow.
that's what I say. If you give me a while.
Oh, so you get to do sets that work up to 10?
No. I get to do 10. It just might take me 10 hours to do 10. I'm not
Oh,
going to do
wow.
a set of one.
That's not good, man.
I don't play in that world anymore. Although,
You are alive.
Right, but let's say I got to go pick up bags of feed and things like that. I tote it all day
Oh, I
long.
know,
I don't go, well, hold on, let me see how many bags of feed I can get. Even if the guy throws it at me, I get it and I throw it in the truck.
Right, I know. You're a man. You just do what you need to do. I get it.
Yeah, I don't.
Just
I don't.
saying, like,
I guess I don't do unnecessary things like that. I don't feel they're
like a push-up's a pretty basic movement.
I'm not. It's not the movement that's confusing there, Joey. It's the lift.
No, what happens though as you get older, it's not like the strength of your chest or arms or whatnot. It's like going stiff. Like, just can you do a plank?
Ooh.
Like, just hold yourself up in that plank position.
I can, but again,
the lower back is starting to be like.
I don't know if I don't know what's going to give first, but man.
No, I think that's how we get the mayor back in here. Push-up contest. Don't wear the nice suit that day, Mr. Mayor.
Trim. Now he could probably bust a couple out.
Oh yeah, no, I might be
now-
writing checks at my backs I can't cash. But I think I'll win.
Throwing down challenges. Can I bring in the kind of challenges that I like to do?
Like what?
Let's bring in 2 30 packs of Busch Light. Let's see what happens.
Oh, gross.
What do you mean? Oh,
That's
gross.
just gross.
It's delicious.
It's
That is
not
flavor.
Maybe for you.
For me and thousands,
It's
millions
not
of other United
delicious.
States citizens. Yeah.
Really, you think? I know you're partial to it, but
Yeah.
like, you really think it's delicious?
Yeah. All right. This weekend,
Okay.
I went to my mom's house and there was a Stella beer over there.
Yeah.
From my.
I'm not saying Stella tastes better.
Okay, good, because it was crap.
Yeah, no.
I mean, I literally went out in the backyard, poured it out when we got a Busch Light.
We'll cancel the Belgian beer for Eddie.
I don't know what it is, but those kind of beers, I just
They do
don't
have an
like.
odd taste. You got to get used to them.
Yeah, I just don't like them. Yeah, and dark
No, I'm
beers.
saying beer doesn't taste good at
Oh,
the
beer
end of the
tastes
day. You develop a taste for it.
Well, I've worked on a lot of that development.
Right.
Over
But
time, I
compared to
developed a
like
taste.
the brownies you ate,
Oh, those
the brownies taste good.
They do taste good, but
Like the roast beef sandwich you ate tastes good. The beer is more like,
oh man, that's great.
no, okay, fair enough.
Like on a good hot
Fair
day.
enough. You win. I'm saying you win. You win this argument. You're right.
Is there a better drink?
Busch Light is so delicious.
It is. Is there a better drink that you'd rather have? Not beer related.
Water.
You're one of those.
Just saying, it's better than Busch Light.
If that's the case, well, never mind. It's about the same price.
And you know, I'm looking at the story that came out, I guess, last week, or came out Wednesday, right? Came out yesterday, or 2 days ago. The Montgomery Youth Detention Facility.
Oh, that came out. Yeah.
2 guys that have been working there 5 years.
Yep.
One, Contavious Miller, was arrested on first-degree sexual abuse after he allegedly came into the room of a minor at the facility, approached the boy while he was lying on a bed, and then sexually assaulted him. He's been released on bond. Had been employed there for about 5 months. Then the other guy, LeBradford Jamel Armistad, 35, charged with 7 counts of first-degree sodomy relating to the sexual assault of a juvenile victim in his custody. Crimes reportedly happened between October 15th and November 25th. He had been employed there for 5 years before his termination, still being held without bond. Under the jail. Under the jail. Because these kids are already without. They wouldn't be in that facility if they weren't.
And they know there's nothing they can do.
And you put yourself in a position of authority, these kids that are vulnerable, that have already probably had encounters with evil and malevolence in this world, and you do that to them under the jail. Like I said, what's there to say beyond that?
Nothing nice.
Yeah, nothing I want to say on the airwaves.
Right.
That's, you know, our conversation we had with Luis Elizondo. I thought it was just a great one last week. It really was fantastic. But part of that interview, it's not the UAP conversation or the drones conversation. All that was great.
Mm-hmm.
But when I asked him about his father, and he asked his father, like, what's holding back this world? And he said very simply, leave it to the wisdom of, I guess, age and experience. Corruption.
Yeah.
And often it's not the corruption like Bernie Madoff or the big healthcare companies or what the politicians are up to like today, tomorrow, and the next day, and have been up to for years with their stock trades and yada, yada, yada. Yeah, that's corruption. But that's what gets the headlines. The corruption that's worse is the stuff that doesn't get to the headlines until after a heinous thing happens.
Yeah, morality, man.
And it does seem like there is corruption that is eked into our society in positions big and small. And that's how you end up with heinous things like what we just described.
But what do we do about it?
Under the jail. You know, aren't there times where you look back and you're like, thank God it's not, we've progressed, right?
Oh, certain things, you bet.
And
100%.
I agree certain things wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
But there's times when you start to see life, especially from a different perspective, it doesn't fit the mold of how you thought we've progressed. And you go, you know, maybe those old timers had a point.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe when something this evil happens, they had a point. But we'll see. Merry Christmas, everyone. Is there something you're looking forward to in the new year?
Yes.
That you can talk about?
No.
Dadgummit. This is a talk show.
No. Got a lot of plans this year.
A lot of plans.
Yep. Plan on going back to Jamaica.
Really?
My wife a vacation when we did, but
well, without all the other.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair
I owe her a vacation. Yeah.
What about Vegas?
Man, just talked to some friends that were in Vegas. I guess they went out right before or right after Thanksgiving. They didn't like it at all. And they go out there once a year. They said it sucked this time.
Really?
Crowded.
Yeah.
Places that we'd gone to and eat and things like that. service is as bad there in Vegas, which service has never been bad in Vegas. It's as bad as where they come from. I said, I don't know what happened. He said maybe they were just getting ready for the holidays or whatever. But they usually go back in the spring. They're not going to go this year. Thinking about going to the DR.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'd love to see the Sphere. Like, go see a big show at the Sphere.
I seen a picture of it. I think they have a YouTube channel because I saw a picture last night from one of the hotels that's close by, and it was the Sphere was actually the Earth this time.
Okay.
It was beautiful, and it's doing its whole movement and everything. It was
Like,
just
don't even do the
gorgeous.
normal Vegas
No.
thing. Like, just go to, like, plan to go to a huge event. They've
I would
been doing
love-
concerts and stuff.
That
this year.
Sphere, I would love to go there. I think they have like a steady regular light show, but I'd love to see a concert in there. Concert would be amazing.
I would like to go to the Mothership in Austin.
Oh, I'd love to go there.
Like, it don't even have to be a Kill Tony show. It could be whatever.
There was that shooting in Vegas. I'll send you the podcast. There was another podcast, kind of an update about that, of a guy that knows that really
The mass
well.
shooting?
Yeah.
From years back?
Yeah. And man, the story, he told things that we didn't even know about. But you'll end up with more questions. A lot more questions.
Folks, if you're wondering, are we live? Yes, we are. Can't you tell?
We are live today. We'll be live tomorrow, but Saturday will be a repeat.
And so when, you look through the normal news sources that you use when you're doing a show or a talk show, and this comes up to the top, it's a slow news day. What am I talking about? Owner of dog meat restaurant in Vietnam dies of rabies.
Karma.
Yeah, a dog and cat meat restaurant owned in, Ba Ria, Vung Tau province, southern Vietnam, succumbed to rabies on Thursday after a brief illness. This is a local hospital where he was given treatment confirmed the same day.
No coming back from rabies.
Guy was only 33. He was experiencing fatigue and difficulty breathing. Family took him to the hospital, and the doctors diagnosed him with rabies. Subsequently, he requested to leave the hospital and return home. On Thursday, he exhibited severe rabies symptoms. What does that include? Agitation, frothing at the mouth, muscle spasms, and confusion. Ooh. It is a bit of karma. That's something I don't think I could ever... It's a cultural thing, but that just... Like, I know too many pets. They're awesome. But I guess some folks feel that way about cows, feel that way about pigs.
Go to India.
Mm-hmm.
Cows walking down the street. Hey, a friend of ours just said they went to the Sphere in July.
Yeah.
They said they have a nature movie that plays. It's pretty much amazing. They also have interactive robots. We do like some robots.
Interactive robots.
Yeah. One Uber driver said that they watched someone play a live Pac-Man game one night on the outside of that thing. So I guess they have it shown onto the Sphere. To me, stuff like that is cool. Why don't we have things like that? It's
money.
We got a water park.
Oh, the Sphere is a lot more money than that thing.
I don't know.
Dude. Like, some of these stadium complexes are getting ridiculous.
Yeah, what
They're
do you
the size
think
of small
about-
cities.
First off, NFL being a not-for-profit. Let's start with that lie. But also, what do you think about Netflix and Amazon getting in on the
I thought
football
Netflix
game?
did a great job.
Then why are they asking us for paying the stadiums?
Oh, really?
Yeah, why are you, me, anybody else paying one dime for a stadium? If I pay for something like that, I should be able to watch everything that happens there.
Yeah.
Not the case. I don't even get to name it anymore. Yeah.
No, but I'd just say Netflix did a great job hosting live NFL games. They almost had a more raw commentary style to it, professional grade, but still, like, there weren't the same hiccups there were with,
Can
say,
they
the
cuss?
Tyson fight. I don't think they did. It was more loose, though, the whole commentary.
Yes, because I saw some cake presentation, and neither one of the guys would eat the cake. They're like, no, I'm good.
And by the way, speaking of foodborne illnesses like rabies.
Okay.
Well, let's hope not,
Yeah.
unless you're in Vietnam. The Food and Drug Administration has escalated its recent recall of eggs.
I saw that
sold
too.
at Costco.
Yes.
They've increased the recall of eggs to the highest alert level, citing salmonella exposure.
Okay, so they started this during the Christmas season when everybody's cooking and all. Sorry, but I got to go with this a little bit too late. Those eggs have probably been consumed.
In November, Costco recalled nearly 260,000 eggs sold under the Kirkland Signature brand in 25 stores nationwide. The eggs landed in shelves in Alabama, North Carolina, Georgia, South Carolina, and Tennessee starting November the 22nd. according to the company. No illnesses were immediately reported. Handsome Brook Farms said the cartons included eggs that were not intended for retail distribution. What were they intended for? For you to sit on them?
Pet food, maybe, or something?
Weirdos.
Are they broken or something?
Shoppers should check to see whether their egg cartons have Julian code 327 printed on the side and have a use by date of January 5th, 2025. If the eggs are included in the recall, throw them out and take them back to the store for a refund. Or take them back to the store. You taking eggs back to the store?
I have never taken eggs.
Have you ever taken any food back to the store?
I don't think I have. I've just thrown it away and got mad that I'm not going to shop there again. And then, yeah. I don't think, have you ever, like when they have a food recall, you ever found any of the recalled stuff at your house before?
No.
I don't think I have either.
Drove around in a recall for a car for like 2-3 years.
You're still doing that now. It just hadn't been recalled yet.
I forgot. You worked on this platform. So, our point here is check your eggs.
Yeah, it's just, and that's something else. With Kennedy coming in, is our food supply going to get better, you think, Joey? Are we going to take red number 5 out of Gatorade?
I think Kennedy's going to have a bit of a fight on his hands.
I agree.
But I think if he gets in there, he gets actually installed, I think he's going to do a lot of stuff. And it's not just him. It's folks like Jay Bhattacharya over NIH now. And like a lot of the folks that were marginalized and poo-pooed during COVID are now in charge.
Yep.
And I think a lot of that is going to be, there's going to be a reckoning. I'll put it that way. But what I mean by the fight is apparently, I don't know if it still holds true. Who knows with all the palace intrigue that goes on with our elected representatives and senators.
Mm-hmm.
But ladies' man Lindsey Graham said, I'm a big fat no when it comes to Bobby Kennedy.
Really?
Yeah.
What's his problem?
We were supposed to have drinks. He stood me up. Oh. He was busy.
Maybe he had a bear to kill.
Right. No, I think both our senators have said RFK Jr. is cool with them. They're going to vote for him. So hopefully somebody like Lindsey gets on board before they create too much of a stink over
I know he
RFK.
gets pressure, but do you think he changes his position being pressured? I know he applies.
He'll probably
a lot of
come
pressure.
out with some statement like, I talked to Robert
Right.
and
We worked it out.
We worked it out. And, we're
He gave
as
me a bottle
thick
of
as
Merlot.
thieves
We're even
now.
Yeah. That's what I think too.
What we talked about is our common love of women. I told him, man, your wife Cheryl, she's so fine. Like I liked her going back to the Curb Your Enthusiasm days. I'm Lindsey Graham and I love women.
I have heard that he is loving of women.
Yeah. Go to line 1. You're on there. Who's this?
Papa B.
Hey, Papa B.
I can't believe y'all are on. Well, y'all got nothing better to do with your lives.
No,
not really.
Not really.
I was just out trying to run chores, and I said, well, whatever. I'll turn it on. And here these two clowns are over there. My word. Anyway, well, it's good to hear y'all on there, though. Excellent. Kind of brings up today. My Gothic MAGA hat finally came in, Joey.
Oh, finally.
How long did yours take? Because I've got a shirt that I've been on for like 3 weeks.
I know.
Really?
I know. I ordered it at least a month before the election. So yeah, it's been a minute. I don't know why it took so long for this one to come in. I guess because everybody was ordering dark MAGA.
That's the only thing.
I think I ordered mine like 2 months before, and it came in on the Monday before Election Day.
Oh, wow. Last minute.
You had better luck than I did. I wanted to wear. It's when Trump first got elected, I had Trump hats. I had like all the other Trump fans out there. I had ordered, I probably ordered 5 or maybe 6 hats along the way. But I would wear it like when I was, going out to the beach, just enjoy a simple day on the beach. My family would say, "Oh, you might not want to wear that."
Yeah.
I was like, well, what are they going to do? Be offended? Are they going to attack? What's going to happen to me?
They give you dirty looks until you look back and then they look away.
Yeah, but then you're going to get that one person's like thumbs up.
You do get those. That's true.
Right, or you get the person starts doing the dance. Like, yeah.
I never did get anybody doing the dance, but more people than you can even count would come up to me and like under their breath.
Mm-hmm.
That's a nice hat.
Like a
That's a good hat. I like that hat. You know, it's like, why don't you get one? You know, they were all just, what? Was it Sam or was it, I don't know. Didn't want to offend, I guess. Didn't want to offend people.
Yep.
Those days are long gone now, I think, especially since Elon has won his dark gothic maggot. Everybody wants one now. So, well, maybe not everybody, but, you know, you get the gist.
Mm-hmm.
So, Eddie, I can't believe it, but yesterday, after our little Christmas time,
Yeah.
we were up at the lake, and the family wanted to go out on the flipping boat.
Of course they
And
did.
I told them, have you lost your gravy-sucking brain?
It's not quite cold enough just yet. You need to wait about another week. There's supposed to be a cold front coming in.
Well, I don't know how you gauge it, pal, but I mean, I told them, I said, look, if we're going to go out, they wanted to look at the Christmas lights. I said, we're going to go out when it's light, it's still, you know, bearable. And just as soon as they come on, I'm going to beeline it back to the, you know, cabin. And sure enough, by the time the light came on, it was bone chilling cold.
Yeah, I'm sure there are some of the neighbors being like, What are those Muslim women wearing burqas doing?" Like,
I'm telling you, you see people. We will see people water ski January 1st. You'll see sea-doers out. Oh yeah, you'll see sea-doers out there January 1st. Oh
Really?
yeah, I used to be one of those idiots. They're just people that, hey, starting a new year.
Back when you could do
this.
push-ups?
Yeah,
Yeah.
do a couple. But yeah, now the best way I look at Christmas lights is get my drone out.
There was one, that's a great idea. I need to learn how to be a drone pilot, man. That's super
Just
idea.
looking at Christmas lights, what everybody's shooting at me?
Right. Down there, you better believe it, because those folks wave the flag down there.
That's right.
That's the last vestiges of the Confederacy. Yeah.
There's some spots of it. You ain't kidding.
No,
man.
eventually it's going to be like that drone pulls up and it's like Eddie's head on the thing virtually. Like, hey guys,
what's up? What are y'all doing?
How you doing? Merry Christmas.
Hey, what's the deal with those goats on that island over there anyway?
Goat
You know
Island,
what I'm
man.
talking about?
Yeah, we got our own little Goat Island.
That's all Goat Island.
There's a guy that.
I mean, did they feed them?
Yeah, there's a guy that,
I mean,
if you're looking at it from the main lake, there's a house kind of to the left. He kind of is the caretaker for him. Had the vet comes out
okay.
twice a year. And that island looks great, man. Used to you could not see through that island. Now, everything from the ground to about 4 feet, they've eaten up, so you can
And
see.
it's not much of an island. It's a tiny.
No, yeah, it's pretty small.
It's island. Yeah, you know, right. I mean, I was talking about the goats. I mean, like, what are those goats eating? Leaves? There's nothing for them to eat anymore over there. They eat everything. But I'm glad somebody.
Yeah, he feeds them, but man,
taking
every
care of
weekend
them.
there's probably 20, 30 boats that go by there and drop off feed. In fact,
Oh, well,
I'm embarrassed to say, one time we went, my wife swore, I should have thought better, but she said, I swear it said grab canned corn. It's like, you don't feed goats canned corn.
No.
But I'm listening because she's my wife.
Mm-hmm.
You get there,
Okay.
it just says corn. It doesn't say anything about canned corn, but I'm pouring the corn out to these goats, and they're looking at me like, what the hell are you doing, man? Where's the cob? What is this?
It's my wife said that, you know, somebody told them to get canned corn. She gets shoe peg corn or something.
I would start thinking she doesn't like those goats. You're going to throw the cans at them.
Oh, yeah. Well,
But those goats, they will all but get on your boat. Yeah, they come out to the end of the dock. They'll all but get on your boat. Probably next year they will.
You try to scare them going by every once in a while?
No, I just yell at them, hey, goats. But there are idiots that will, and thank God we got a caretaker, but there are idiots that will try to take their dogs.
Oh, no,
just
man.
like, just, you know.
Come on.
Yeah. Oh no, that's good. Well, I did see one guy on the lake. He out fishing in Kingston Slough there where we are,
Mm-hmm.
and it's a guy with a Irish setter Irish setter on his boat, Little John boat,
Mhm.
and that guy dragged in a monster bass as we were driving by. I was like, oh my word, I can't believe this is the day for fishing.
Oh, yeah. Colder the better, man.
Gee whiz, I have no idea. But anyway, so this year, that's kind of, you know, time to reflect a little bit and see what we've been through. And what I'm thinking, Joey, is that this country has dodged the biggest bullet that we have ever seen in our lives.
Yep.
Or in the lives of, really, I think, this country, because it's such a stealth war. I'm going to call it a war because that's what it has been.
Mm-hmm.
A stealth war that has gone on. We had no idea how bad it was going to be. People, well, I did. You did probably.
Yeah.
But too many people had no idea how bad it was going to be if Kamala Harris had won this election. I mean, pronouns would be the least of our problems.
Oh, yeah, it would have
was
been
gonna be bad, pal.
the sort of surveillance and control censorship you see in the UK and Canada and Australia. I mean, it was coming here very quickly.
Oh, no doubt.
Oh, yeah. Guns would have been first on the list, too. Round up guns.
Yep.
I mean, tell you. So, well, it'd be top on the list anyway up there. Speech control was already under assault and still is, but, has, kind of crawled back in the cave for a minute. But that, I'm telling you, man, what we've experienced for the last, I'm going to say 60 years, maybe 70 years, is an assault on this country. It's been a stealth campaign, stealth war, and they have crept up. They had crept up and, were at the door in controlling this country in ways that we can't even imagine. Thank God for Donald Trump. Thank God for Elon Musk. And thank God for the other patriots that paid the price to see that this didn't happen. This is not over with yet, but it's well on its way to being over. And I'm looking forward to 2025. I don't know about y'all.
I am too.
Me too,
All right, guys.
buddy.
Thank you, Papa B.
See you, Papa B.
272-9228. This part of the program brought to you by Sweet Creek Farm Market.
Hungry Joey.
And folks, you got to check out Sweet Creek on the Book of Faces, see sort of previews of those great things you can get there at Sweet Creek, like stopping by that award-winning cafe, getting a nice warm coffee or even a cocoa or something.
It'd be great with one of the big hubcap cookies right now.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Man, I could
like
use
a
one.
peanut butter cookie or a chocolate chip or a swamp cookie.
Swamp cookie, buddy. Get it all in there.
And of course, Sweet Creek is located just 2 miles south of Taylor Road off of Highway 231. Go by and see Reed Ingram there at Sweet Creek Farm Market. Whether you're looking for that, warm meal at the cafe, fresh produce that they're always bringing in.
Right.
Of course, they're amazing baked goods. The cookies, like we just mentioned, those layer cakes, they got it going on with those things. And of course, they have all sorts of locally grown pecans done in delicious, wonderful ways. Unique, hard to find things like, all those jams and jellies that seem like
hot pepper jelly.
Yeah, all the different types that you might walk through and a memory will rush back. I remember that in second grade. They've got all that stuff. And, Sweet Creek's a great place to just take the family, take the kids, because there's a huge playground area. So while you shop a little bit, the kids can go have fun, go get a nice lunch, and enjoy yourself. Enjoy Saturday evening, something like that.
Good idea.
Y'all check out Sweet Creek Farm Market today. Again, go find Reed Ingram, the man himself, and say, hey, Reed, we heard about Sweet Creek here on that radio show with Joey and Eddie. Just wanted to tell you that. 272-9228. I got to hit another break. Greg is going to be late. For reasons I'll let Greg go into.
Yeah.
I'll just say a extra prayer for Greg Budell tonight.
Yep.
Or right now, actually. Love you, Greg. Gonna be all right, man. We'll be right back.
Want to carry News Talk in your pocket? Download the News Talk 93.1 app from the App Store. Available on iPhone and Android. Never miss a moment. Download now.
Hi, this is Bo Goodson from the Goodson Group with your updated end-of-the-year market report for 2024. By the end of this year, the MLS in the River region will have approximately 5,000 home sales closed. Almost 60% of all listings are selling on an average of 60 days or less, which is a good news for a seller and not surprising if you've been looking for a home lately. Predictions through Realtor.com about the coming year will be an overall better year for both buyers and sellers. To buy a home in this market, here's what you will need. Number one, a strong buyer advocate that will find a good selection of homes for you to view now. Number two, someone with a strong negotiation background. Three, someone with over 47 years in real estate concerning contracts, financing options, and closing houses. For the best buying and selling experience, call the expert. Call Bo Goodson at 221-2883 or 551-0225. That's 221-2883, the Goodson Group.
What's your biggest investment?
more than likely it's your home. So treat it that way when you hire a painting contractor. With PBS Painting, there are no gimmicks, no $99 specials. Just quality painting and someone who treats your home with the same respect that you do. At PBS Painting, we have been painting for years and look forward to many more years to come. With PBS Painting, the job gets prepped properly, whether it's cleaning, scraping, or priming. We always use quality products, which is a must for a quality paint job. So if you're looking for a painter that doesn't need upfront money and is on the job at all times, then please give me a call. Scott Bowers and PBS Painting, 294-5122. That's PBS Painting, 294-5122. Look at some of our work on Facebook at PBS Painting Montgomery.
This is your roving reporter, and today I am talking with an elk. Hey man, Mr. Elk, I was just wondering, what do elk do to take care of their money? Well, like most smart folks, we call David Ernest. You mean Alabama's most favorite asset preservationist? That's him, man. We call him up at 334-279-7431 or 205-479-0839. I see. Yes, he is our preferred money man. The money man with the money plan. You've been paying attention. Well, could you give us those numbers one more time? 334-279-7431 or 205-479-0839. And I just want to try to give you a heads up, man. Oh, what's that? I'm not an elk. Not an elk, huh? Well, then, pray tell, what are you? Knights of Columbus. I am not even going to make a comment. Well, the baby liked it.
For too long, Alabama's statewide news companies have shamed us for our conservative Christian values. Alabama deserves a news company that cherishes our culture, a company that isn't bought and paid for by the powers that be. 1819 News is that company. Run by Alabamians for Alabamians, 1819 News celebrates what is good and beautiful about our state, while exposing those who work against our values in secret. Just go to 1819news.com to learn more. Subscribe to our newsletter. That's 1819news.com. This hour of News and Views is brought to you by our good friends at Cole Plumbing, 279-8919. Cole Plumbing is number one in the number two business. You don't have to dig a hole. They have proprietary pipelining technology. Ask them about their tankless water heaters. Remember, when you have trouble with your bowl, call on Cole.
Is your business feeling the heat of cyber attacks? Tired of worrying about ransomware, data breaches, downtime, and employee mistakes? GTI Managed IT Solutions has been your trusted partner since 1999, safeguarding and supporting businesses like yours from the ever-evolving threats in the digital world. GTI, your peace of mind is guaranteed. Call us today at 819-4650 or visit gtinow.com.
For 65 years, Guardian Credit Union has been your trusted financial partner. And now we're proud to extend that trust further by introducing Guardian Insurance Services. Whether protecting your home, car, or even your business, we've got the coverage that fits your needs. Our team is here to guide you every step of the way with the personalized service you know and love. Call 334-819-7555 for a free quote today. Guardian Insurance Services, building on 65 years of trust, now safeguarding your future.
The Rich Thomas Weather Network is brought to you by Ernest Financial.
If you're tired of losing your money in the stock market, call David Ernest, 334-279-7431. Ernest Financial, LLC.
Well, hi, everybody. It's a cloudy forecast today. Spotty showers around from time to time with a high temperature up to about 61. Becoming windy later on with wind gusts over to 20 miles per hour. It'll be mostly cloudy down to about 48 tonight. Tomorrow, the risk of some widely scattered showers with a high temperature up to about 67. Showers and storms becoming more likely in the overnight hours Friday night, and periods of showers and storms Saturday and Saturday night. Some of the storms strong, possibly severe, with a high around 72. Maybe a couple of leftover showers on Sunday morning. From the Blue Water Weather Center, this is Rich Thomas.
Web Bobo with Capital Tractor. Get a Kubota RTV with a $2,000 instant rebate or 0% APR. Up to 48 months with approved credit. Get a Kubota now through December 31st, 2024. See Capital Tractor Montgomery and Brundage or KubotaUSA.com for details.
The River Region's News Talk Station. News Talk 93.1. WACV. News Talk 93.1.
Joey Clark.
Welcome back to News and Views in the afternoon. So I think I'll be hosting Greg's show for the first hour. And joining us early in the studio is Pamela. How you doing?
Good. How about you?
I'm all right. Like we were saying off air, we should not have done a live show today.
The post-holiday feeling.
Yeah, I feel a little stuffed.
Oh, but Joey's got a new song. It's a Christmas song.
Really?
It's got bells in it and stuff. Yeah.
Oh.
Hold on, Christmas.
I was bored on Christmas Eve. And I was like, well, instead of watching a movie I've seen 10 times before, why don't I play with myself and make some music? There we go.
Hence the bells.
Silver bells.
Yeah, see? Good. Good, though, isn't it?
That's good.
Joey's first Christmas song. I really like it.
I didn't mean it to be a Christmas song.
What did you name it?
Xmas Eve.
The creative juices were really flowing.
I put all the creative juices in the bass set.
Yeah.
All right. So how do I get this clap with the actual bass and yada yada?
What do you use to do that?
Logic Pro recording software. That's my DAW. And the SSL2, which is
none of this means anything to me. I just like to know the answer to things.
Right. It's like a little digital interface where you can plug your guitars into or microphones into, and then that all goes into the software, and you can record raw. And then I have a keyboard that's hooked in through MIDI and make all those sounds.
That's cool.
Like different pieces of software.
You
You
ever heard
spend
of
way too much money on.
Casio keyboard?
I've heard of a Casio keyboard.
That's cool.
No, that's an old emulator of a Oberheim synth that was real popular in the 80s. They're doing the little bell thing.
Oh.
And it has all sorts of sounds on there. I know it's fascinating.
Is that the only?
So do you ever sell jingles? Have you
I'm
ever
telling
done
you,
that?
should do.
I've never
Seriously?
I know
It's
jingles.
big
Yeah.
money in that.
I mean, maybe not like huge money, but it would be fun to do and like actually
We
make
could go
money
make
off
fun
of.
them. Oh yeah, make money. Not funny, but make money. Yeah.
Oh, no. If you really want to piss off people that have gotten a name in this town for music, just go ask them. So, I just made a song. What's the distribution like? And like all this, and
Yeah.
they'll talk your ear off. But
Okay.
I'm telling
Yeah.
you, good
Yeah.
folks who've got pretty big names associated with music, and good luck making money in the music
Good
industry.
luck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very talented people, more talented than I am.
Mm.
And so it's like, dadgum. I guess you can get lucky. Like there's this one song that I think I could make that just got TikTok famous.
Right. TikTok is really how you do it now.
Right.
You can put a 15 or 30-second
Yep.
clip out there and people are just grab onto
Exactly
it. And
right.
Yeah, it's
before you know it, you've got to create a whole single and
yeah, and once
release it.
once it becomes part of that ecosystem and really gets going, it doesn't have to be like hi-fi. It could be
No.
whatever catchy
Yeah.
little tune you come up
Have
with.
you ever
Yep.
thought about American Idol? Sure, I'd love to video your experience while you tried out for American Idol.
Well, maybe before
we
Jess,
just follow you around with a camcorder, get the behind the scenes.
maybe
your,
before
your journey.
It would be so awesome.
maybe before Jess Muse joins the Coast Guard, which she's doing.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
saw that announcement on Facebook. I'll invite her in to tell all the horror war stories of being in the music industry.
No.
Yeah. No, you can ask her. You can ask a lot of folks who, still play and are very good. It's a different time. I guess you can make money touring. And if you do hit it big on social
That makes
somehow,
sense.
you can make money again touring, streaming. People like Snoop Dogg's not making money.
No.
I don't think even Beyonce's money is coming from streaming necessarily.
Did you see her yesterday?
Yeah, I saw.
What'd you think?
It's all right. The big halftime performance.
Yeah.
I
It was
missed
okay.
it. Thank
It's okay.
It
goodness. I was in
wasn't-
the car.
I mean, I was
okay, but
I did have
just-
this. I had
I
an
want
old
something over
man.
the top.
I had an old man.
Oh?
So Beyonce's like fireworks on the 4th. Very good looking woman.
I'll give you that. Okay.
But she was wearing these chaps that weren't completely assless, and I'm like,
You wanted to see more booty?
no. I had the old man thought. I had the wholesome thought. I'm like, she should not be wearing those pants. You are not 25 anymore, girl.
Oh yeah.
Like, I know you work out, you look great, but come on, how long you gonna be doing the naked thing?
Right.
When are we
It's
getting grown
not
up?
Destiny's Child 2001 anymore.
No. The music was good. You could tell they were singing live, and I was like, all right.
She doesn't do anything for me.
But her album has a lot of covers, right? So like Jolene and a lot of, I'm trying to think, These Boots Are Made for Walking was sampled in one of her songs.
That's good. I
and-
love These Boots Are Made for
Yeah, that's more
Nancy
country
Sinatra.
themed album is what she featured,
Mhm.
and it was all right. I was kind of like, eh. Yeah,
One
my
thing
main thought was like, you should not be wearing those pants.
One thing I noticed, or lack of, and I guess other people did too, no American flag whatsoever.
Really? Well, there was a lot of Houston stuff because I think that's where she's from. Why she did it, I think. Anyway, this part
She's
of the
part of the
program-
club.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yeah.
This is
Not
part
a
of
fan.
Part of the program brought to you by Josh and Leslie Ryder there at Dillon Rings. Hey, and gentlemen, did you drop the ball for this Christmas?
You
It's
know
not
you
too
did.
late.
You
It's
know you did.
Not too late to get out of the doghouse, especially if you're willing to work with your girlfriend, your wife, and take them over to see Josh at Dillon
Yes.
Rings and get a, say, custom designed piece of jewelry. The guy is a true artist. If you can dream it, Josh Ryder can make it a reality. It could be you're getting out of the doghouse, or it could be something poignant, like you want to remember somebody. It could be something silly and fun. We still need to get some funky fresh medallions made
I agree.
for our nights out on the town
I agree.
that we never go on. Maybe driving around Lake Jordan, going to see the goats.
There
We'll
you
have
go.
those medallions.
They'll be impressed.
Anyway, Josh Ryder can make it, even if it seems silly and absurd. He can make it a reality. They have a great selection of jewelry there at Dillon Rings. And of course, they do things like spa treatments, make it shine and shimmer like it's brand new, or repairs, including watch repairs. And of course, they'll do appraisals. They do it all. That's why I mean what I mean when I say full service. So check out Dillon Rings today. They're closed today because they're smart.
But you go there.
They're actually taking a
Facebook?
Christmas vacation. They'll be back after January the 2nd. But y'all check them out on Facebook or DillonRings.com. And be sure to tell Josh and Leslie Ryder when you finally stop by there that Joey and Eddie, those fellas on the radio, sent you. Got to hit one last break. Debbie, hold on. We'll be right back.
He may not know whether he's coming or going, but whether you're going to work or coming home, Greg Budell is there. Mornings 6 till 9 and afternoons 3 till 6. Only on News Talk 93.1 FM WACV.
Hey, Guido, how was Christmas? I love Christmas, Vito, especially the 5 days after Christmas. What'd you say, Guido? Vito, it's Marguerite's 5-day absolute clearance sale. Like going to the kitchen and making a big old ham and cheese. There ain't no ifs, ands, or buts. Every price is clear as day. They're giving the ice away. We gotta call Mama. Ever heard about them 1-carat diamonds for only $250? They're kidding me. Them and Marguerite's are clearing the store. All new bling in 2025. Now through Monday, only at Marguerite's.
Put the power of Action 8 News in the palm of your hand. Download the free Action 8 News app to stay on top of breaking news wherever you are. Search for WAKA News in your app store to download the Action 8 News app today. Keep your family safe by watching Action 8 News. Look for 8 on your side consumer alerts with product recalls involving cars, food, children's toys, and other items in your home. 8 on your side, keeping you safe only on Action 8 News.
Hi, this is Carl Schmidt, naturopath and owner of the Herb Shop. Listen every Saturday to Winning Wellness and learn from experts in different fields of science and technology how nutritional supplements can help you.
Listen to Winning Wellness every Saturday at 10 a.m.
This hour of news and views is brought to you by our good friends at Cole Plumbing, 279-8919. Cole Plumbing is number 1 in the number 2 business. You don't have to dig a hole. They have proprietary pipelining technology. Ask them about their tankless water heaters. Remember, when you have trouble with your bowl, call on Cole.
Hey there, I'm Kim Williams with Alabama Home Mortgage. Our partnership with Blue Water Broadcasting has reached thousands of listeners in the river region. People listen, people call. Now there's mortgage savings for us all.
Our advertisers are our biggest advocates. Call us to find out how radio can increase your bottom line. Blue Water Broadcasting. Local folks helping local business.
Live local talk. The River Region's only 24-hour News Talk FM station. News Talk 93.1 FM WACV.
Joey Clark.
From Home Alone?
Home Alone? Really? This is John Williams? Yeah, okay. Yeah, give me a break, man. No, I've been listening to way too much of Wolfman and Ginger Root, so I'm like, let's mess with bass sounds.
I see.
And compressors and see what happens. Anyway, let's go to Debbie, who's been patient. Hey, Debbie, how you doing?
Hi, I'm doing great. I have had a fabulous holiday, and we're supposed to be going and looking at the lights down there by the creek in Prattville.
Mm-hmm.
And they have about 100 trees lit up, I think, this year. They did last year. I counted them last year.
Nice.
But it looked about the same this time. So anybody want to get out and have a nice little walk on this breezy, cold, wet night? But it'll be there, I think, until the 31st, so you got time. But anyway, I was going to ask you now, this is bizarre stuff I'm listening to, and I'm taking it with a big grain of salt, okay? But it makes me curious.
Shut up.
Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Have you been paying attention to we have the drones. Of course, you've talked about that. The white orbs that the drones are supposedly...
Yes.
Okay, you got that. What about the CIA agent who, about 2 years ago, was explaining how, I'm assuming it's our government, he never exactly says, but that they have planned, and it's from this world, not the outspace world, to, kind of harbor this big spacecraft somewhere above some place in the, in the Earth, and several other crafts are supposed to be kind of spread around the world, and we're supposed to be getting used to them, and then they're going to start shooting down our jets, our military jets, and they're going to claim it's aliens, but all along everything's true except the part that it's aliens doing it. Have you heard that kind of crazy?
Yes. Yeah, no, and maybe
have.
not the exact details you just laid down, but I think the UAP activity is very well documented at this point and quite real. So we're going to have that Lou Elizondo back on the show to continue that conversation we had on Monday, I guess, last Monday, over a week ago.
I missed it. I'm sorry.
It's good. You got to go back and
he's
listen to the
very
podcast. It's
interesting.
really good.
Yeah, it's not clear. Even like Lou, with all these clearances in the department he's working at with the Pentagon, there were walls they ran up against.
Yeah.
That say some of the military contractors have some of these craft, and there's all sorts of permissions.
You're not on that need to know.
Right. So I think a lot of it's real. Is it alien in the sense of like aliens from outer space visiting us? I like Lou's idea that actually about 10% of the ocean we've only discovered and actually explored 10% of the ocean. Could these things be coming from the Earth in some place?
Right. Well, now I have seen a UFO back in it was either 79 or 80, and I was pregnant at the time. That's how I kind of measured it. But basically, it was very, very interesting. It was in the classic kind of A-frame type, shape with the bright lights underneath. And I've seen several specials where the people describe it exactly the same way that I saw it. So no sound, that kind of thing. So I know somebody has this technology. I'm not sure who has it, but it is interesting that it's becoming more and more obvious. But then you get into the history and you see, pictographs of kind of spaceships and aliens, and even painted portraits of it. So you kind of wonder, okay, how long has this been going on?
Oh, and is it actually like the Book of Ezekiel, and it's angels or demons or something? But I appreciate the call, Debbie.
It was just curious. But do, if anybody gets a chance, do go out and check out the lights. If you haven't got enough Christmas in, you might want a little more Christmas
There
cheer.
you go.
It's there.
Go count the trees.
Have a
I
good
appreciate
one.
it, Debbie.
Thank you, Debbie.
Let's go to Ray Bowles.
Hey, Ray.
Carpet. Hey, Ray.
Man, how y'all doing?
Pretty
All
good. How
right.
you doing, brother?
Did y'all have a good Christmas?
Yeah.
Pretty good.
We did too. We had a great Christmas. I think having grandkids that are at the age now that they enjoy Christmas is the best thing ever. So much better than even when our kids were little.
Yeah.
Because I can buy stuff I would never have bought in my life before.
Right.
And you just sit back and watch the chaos that you create, and it's just wonderful.
Yes, it is.
Like our 1-year-old grandson, I found a drum set for 1-year-old. I didn't even know they'd make such a thing.
Nice.
Literally, he figured this thing out in about 3 minutes. And then Coco, our 3-year-old, I bought her a harmonica. And she's over there just playing the stew out of it, right?
That should be illegal.
That's so wrong.
Oh, no, it gets worse.
You're giving me a lot of fun uncle ideas for Lucy's second.
The recorder.
The 5-year-old, you know what I want to, then if you like pull back and forth and you push the button, what is that?
I know what you're talking about.
I can't ever think of the name of it.
Slinky?
Accordion?
Accordion.
Yes.
I bought her an accordion.
It's like the Slinky of musical instruments. Yeah.
Yeah, I bought her an accordion. And I was like, y'all have a band now, kids. Y'all play for your parents. Look how happy they look.
Oh, I bet.
You need to wake them up in the morning with this. Oh, yeah, it was great. And then I bought Angie bought them a bouncy house that goes inside the house. That takes up the whole room.
Inside the house.
Oh, yeah. It don't go outside. It goes in the house. It's not outside you. Only inside.
That's an inside toy.
Yeah. It's like the little 2-year-olds pulling around saying, please open it up, please open it up. They're like, no, don't open it up. Let's open it up. We open it up.
And next year, what are you going to get them, an indoor pool?
I don't know. We'll figure out something even worse. I love having grandkids.
They're the best.
Oh, it sounds like you had a great
I
Christmas.
think we need an app for grandparents to come up with the craziest, best, worst toys ever for Christmas. You know how much money we can make?
That's a pretty good idea. Yeah.
And it's not expensive. I mean, like all the musical stuff was $20.
Yeah.
You know how much joy I got out of spending $60? The only way you'll get that much joy is if you go buy your wife a new floor carpet. That's the only thing that's going to top it.
That number's still 285-8117?
It is, and we are back at work. We're going to be here till 5:30 tonight. So if you guys need a floor or you're thinking about a new project for the next year, please stop by. We'll start going over the plan and getting the game plan together. So call us today, 285-8117.
Appreciate it as always, Ray, and Happy New Year.
Y'all too. Bye.
See you, Ray.
Well, we're pretty much out of time, but I'm going to keep the stream going because I'll be filling in for Greg. Eddie, you got to run, though.
Yeah.
Good to see
Daddy's
you.
got to go to work.
Please.
I know you love it when I say that.
Don't say
He loves it
like
when
that.
Daddy's got to go to work, son.
Yeah. See what I have to deal with every day, Pamela? Like every day.
I listen.
Oh, yeah, you know that.
Sorry.
You know that.
Yeah, I'm glad to. I'll say this.
Oh, I will say the canned corn had me cracking up on the way here.
She reminded me the sign
I was
said
like,
crack corn, but she read it as canned corn.
Oh.
that was so funny.
She's from Detroit. She can't help it.
Yeah. Well, can't be perfect.
That's right.
Well, y'all stay tuned. Happy hours next.
Broadcasting from the Riverside Chevrolet Master Control Center, this is WACV Cusana, News Talk 93.1 FM. When it's Chevy, it's Riverside. With SRN News, I'm John Scott. Ukraine's military intelligence says North Korean troops are suffering heavy losses in Russia's Kursk region and face logistical difficulties as a result of Ukrainian attacks. The intelligence agency said that Ukrainian strikes have inflicted heavy casualties on North Korean units. Ukraine's president said earlier this week 3,000 North Korean troops have been killed and wounded. Mozambique's police chief says at least 6,000 inmates have escaped from a high-security prison in the capital on Christmas Day. That comes after a rebellion as widespread post-election riots and violence continue to engulf that country. 33 prisoners died during a confrontation with security forces. The Dow is ahead 13 points. The Nasdaq Composite is up 25. This is SRN News.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-885-3333. That's 800-885-3333. 800-885-3333.
Did you know that over 12 times a day, someone in Autauga County calls 911 to report a medical or fire emergency? Volunteer first responders are saving lives and property, and you can be part of their team.
Volunteering as a first responder is really about making a difference where it's needed most, and Autauga County needs you now more than ever. Are you ready to answer after the call?
To begin your journey, you can find any of the agencies of the Autauga County Firefighters Association on Facebook or visit makemeafirefighter.org.
Hey, Merry Christmas from Marguerite's, and it's time for our 5-day absolute clearance sale. Now through Monday only. Everything goes with Clear the Cases. It's like a healthy selfie sale. Every single case has a separate price. $275, $100, $2,000, $1,500, $750. It's so easy. You just walk around. It's healthy selfie time. We're giving it away. We want to clear the cases. All new jewelry in 2025. Come in and help us clear the cases. Guess what? 1 carat diamonds, $250. Till Monday at Marguerite's.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join Medi-Share and save even more than usual. For many families, joining Medi-Share means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people, obviously. But what's more, Medi-Share members like it. Their satisfaction rate is 98%. Imagine that. And Medi-Share is a proven thing, too, for over 30 years. It's a Christian community of hundreds of thousands of people now. And here's the thing. If you join before December 31st and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee. So you save even more right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call and you'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is December 31st. So call now and you'll save even more. Here's the number, 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE, 855-51-BIBLE.
Rich Thomas Weather, a service of H&H Carpets, in stock specials on waterproof luxury vinyl plank and engineered hardwood flooring at blowout sale prices. H&H Carpet, across from Walmart on the Atlanta Highway.
Well, hi, everybody. It's a cloudy forecast today. Spotty showers around from time to time with a high temperature up to about 61. Becoming windy later on with wind gusts over to 20 miles per hour. It'll be mostly cloudy down to about 48 tonight. Tomorrow, the risk of some widely scattered showers from the high temperature up to about 67. Showers and storms becoming more likely in the overnight hours Friday night, and periods of showers and storms Saturday and Saturday night. Some of the storms strong, possibly severe, with a high around 72. Maybe a couple of leftover showers on Sunday morning. From the Blue Water Weather Center, this is Rich Thomas.
Thank you for voting ASE Credit Union, the best credit union in the River Region 6 years in a row. As we celebrate our 70th anniversary, we are proud to be at the top of the list for the best credit union in the hearts of the communities we serve.
The views and opinions of the following program are solely those of the host and other contributors. These do not necessarily represent those of Liberty Acquisitions 825, Blue Water Broadcasting, its management, staff, or any advertisers. On FM, on your smartphone, and online, the River Region's most trusted voice, News Talk 93.1 FM, WACV.
So I forgot to paste a bit in. I just came completely unprepared, folks. But welcome to Happy Hour. I'm Joey. Pamela's here in the studio.
Hello.
How you doing today?
I'm doing well.
It's good.
It feels like a Monday, though.
It does. It's a mistake to do a live show the day after Christmas in the middle of the week.
Or maybe you should have a live show that feels like it's the day after a holiday, like every once in a while, just to have fun.
Oh, yeah. Just a little hangout, so to speak. Now, one guy who's having a lot of fun on Christmas, I didn't get to this earlier.
I know what you're about to say.
Matt Gates.
Yeah.
This post came out on Christmas Day.
Yeah.
It says, Merry Christmas. Here, let's throw it up on the stream. We're keeping the stream going, folks. Why not? You can go to Joey Clark Live on YouTube or at the Joey Clark on X or on Facebook. Merry Christmas. A few key takeaways from the House Ethics Report, writes Matt Gates. The alleged prostitutes testify that there was never an agreement to exchange sex for money with me. Okay, that's point one.
This is just so messy to me.
Oh, it is. The alleged minor victim says I was at a party where the community gate logs show otherwise.
Oh.
So I wasn't even there.
Uh-huh.
Well, who else looks like you, Matt? The alleged minor victim abandoned similar allegations against my friend in a civil lawsuit when confronted with their inconsistent statements. The alleged minor victim, he's really sticking on this. The alleged minor victim tried unsuccessfully to shake me down for money. I got a passport appointed for a 27-year-old woman I dated. I regularly did this for Floridians in a travel bind, as was my job. I provided financial support to about a dozen women I dated over half a decade in my mid-30s. Oh, God.
Lucky girls.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Oh my God. I have used marijuana. All right. And would occasionally have someone else acquire it for me.
Yeah, when you're busy.
Right.
Sure, Matt.
Right. And the Biden Garland DOJ investigated me for years without accusing me of any crime.
Well,
yeah.
there's a handful of people.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see all of the ethics reports. Like
right.
all of them.
All of them.
I want to see
let it
every
rip.
single thing because it's in the tens of millions of dollars, the financial amount of settlements out of this slush fund,
Yeah.
especially coming out of the so-called Me Too era.
Yeah.
And of course, I think you and I can agree that men are pigs to a large extent.
A lot
Yeah.
of them, unfortunately, are.
But I've been on this kick for a while that I don't think it's just men. I admit
No.
it's men are a problem, but I think it's power.
Yeah.
And I think the more women in power, the more we unsealed all these ethics complaints, I think you'd see a lot of the lady congressmen and women.
I think women are just more sly about things that they do.
Thus more
Men
dangerous.
tend to be, I don't know, like loose about it.
It's
Just-
fine. I'll figure it out.
Yeah,
Like,
it just.
I haven't been caught yet.
Surely they won't find out.
Yeah.
Like,
I can just big boy my way through this,
Where-
threaten enough people. Yeah.
it's women think in terms of chess and men think in terms of checkers.
There's a lot to that, actually.
It just.
And I just wonder, like, what are the juicy deets? What has the House Ethics Committee been sitting on? You can't just give us
There's
Matt
a
Gaetz.
lot, yeah.
You need to give us all of these folks. I want to see every single thing.
Yeah.
Now, I don't really have a New Year's resolution. I kind of gave that up. I think that was my resolution one year, not to have New Year's resolutions for
Yeah.
a long time. And so it's more like just do the things you've been doing right anyway. It's not some big thing. It's more
Right.
like just keep developing good habits. And if you're timing it around the new year, you're going to fail.
I think that's better. That's how I think is like you just have to make it through day by day if you're trying to change things.
Mhm.
And if you make it through one day, that's a win. If you do just one thing a day out of the things that you should be doing, sometimes that's a win. And if you don't do it the next day, you have the next day.
Right.
Start over.
Right.
And then that's a win again.
See, but it kind of sounds like that was Matt Gaetz in his 30s. Like,
Well-
I got tomorrow. I'll stop paying all these women tomorrow.
Well, you should be doing,
Yeah, right.
you
There are
should
certain
be
things.
ethical anyway.
Yeah, you should know. It's not just like I ate too much this year, right?
Right. But it's like if you have vices or you have weight loss goals, like
Right.
one day of bad eating isn't going to ruin your whole life.
But I'm
if
not
you have been on track or like really trying.
true, and I'm not looking forward to all the folks showing up at the gym
No, I know that stinks.
because I've been there all
Mhm.
year, and I'm going to see some of y'all. No, and some folks will be like, "Good thing you're here."
The gym I go to is always packed. I'd hate it in January.
Yeah, no space, no
It's
etiquette.
Terrible.
Yeah, it's just like, well, but folks are really something about the first of the year. Everything's going to change. It's
Yeah.
like, nope. I think if you haven't been training, you're going to pull a hammy pretty quick. Stop it with the enthusiasm. But, New Year's resolution isn't the worst thing if you actually mean it. And it's not like I'm going to drink less or I'm going to eat less or yada, yada, yada. Maybe it's more like an affirmation. Like,
Yeah.
I'm going to try to spend more time with the family, so
Yeah.
to speak. Of course, how do I do that when the wife's like, you got to go make money? And then I'm like, well, but do you want me to spend time with them or do you want me to travel to go make the money? I want you to do both. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense, woman.
I would
Sorry.
hate to have a travel job.
Sorry, letting out too much. How about this? Let's hit a quick break. I'm probably going to play a bit or two. Greg will be here before too long. Again, I don't know why we're doing a live show today, but we are. And I really appreciate you being here, Pamela.
I'm glad I
Really
came
do.
in.
It would be even worse if I was by myself. We'll be right back.
Want to carry News Talk in your pocket? Download the News Talk 93.1 app from the App Store. Available on iPhone and Android. Never miss a moment. Download now.
Hi there, I'm Kim Williams with Alabama Home Mortgage. For years, I've been asking you to call me at Alabama Home Mortgage because there is a difference in mortgage companies. When you call Alabama Home Mortgage, You will immediately see the difference in pricing. Not only do we offer the most competitive rates, but our closing costs rank among the lowest in the industry. How do we do it? Because we can. We do not have the overhead that big banks and lenders do. Those big banks and lenders have big expenses. And what do? They pass those expenses along to you. Meanwhile, here at Alabama Home Mortgage, we receive wholesale rates which result in big savings that we pass along to you. Don't pay more for less. Give Alabama Home Mortgage a call at 567-4223. That's 567-4223. Or visit us online at myalabamahomemortgage.com to complete an application on your time. Our rates and pricing are just one difference that sets us apart from the rest. It's not just a slogan. Call Alabama Home Mortgage because, folks, there is a difference in mortgage companies. NMLS 1586-36-8, Equal Housing Lender.
Make 2024 the year you break away from the chain stores and join us here at Adams Drugs. We value your business and want to provide you the best customer service at the lowest possible price. We've been serving up excellent customer service here in the River region for over 62 years.
I made the swap to Adams Drugs and I couldn't be happier. Having a job and then getting 3 kids to all of their activities keeps me busy. I don't have an hour to waste waiting on a prescription. At Adams, they know me and my family. I get in and out in minutes, and when I can't get by Adams, they'll bring the prescription right to my door.
What are you waiting for? Come in to Adams Drugs and let us earn your business. Our friendly and personal staff will talk with you and answer any questions you may have about your prescriptions. Your satisfaction is our #1 goal. Visit us at adamsdrugs.net for the location nearest to you. Adams Drugs is your local independent Health Mart pharmacy. Health Mart, taking the time to listen and care.
This is Jeff Branco with Chappie's Deli.
And Mike Costanza with Chappie's Deli.
I love Christmas, Mike.
That's great, Jeff. Me too. Christmas catering, that is. Call us at Chappie's. Don't forget to order your red velvet cakes.
Come home to Chappie's Deli.
Paid for by Hims & Hers Health. Hims & Hers Weight Loss is not available everywhere. Compounded products are not FDA approved or verified for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription required. Restrictions at 4hers.com apply. Wegovy and Ozempic are not compounded.
With Hers, you can access doctor-trusted weight loss plans, like compounded GLP-1 weekly injections with the same active ingredient as Ozempic and Wegovy. Based on pricing through Hers, save up to 91% per month with compounded semaglutide, the same active ingredient as the name brand drug. Get started at 4hers.com/start today. That's 4hers.com/start.
Progressive presents good news, bad news, dumb news, then great news. Good news. A letter in your mailbox says you could save money bundling your home and auto insurance with Progressive. Bad news. You saw it after your teenager backed the car into the mailbox. Dumb news. A new mailbox, basically a box on a stick, costs up to $400. Great news. You decide to see if you could save money bundling at Progressive.com and go with paperless mail instead. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Now you can add the power of digital advertising to the #1 reach of radio. Let Blue Water's 20 years of local advertising and marketing success show you how. Grow your business with a complete suite of digital solutions, combined with the reach of the most listened to radio group in the River region. Call us or go to BlueWaterBroadcasting.com to find out how we can increase your return on investment. Blue Water Broadcasting, local folks helping local business.
For more information, send an email to digital@bluewaterbroadcasting.com.
News happens, you'll hear about it first. The River Region's most trusted voice. News Talk 93.1 FM WACV.
Not all your material comes from the news. Is that right?
No, some of my material my strongest material comes from real life.
Real life?
Like, for instance, today I was driving in a car.
Mm-hmm.
You were kind enough to bring a car to bring this old chunk of coal here to the studio.
We send cars for our guests, yeah.
Yeah, so I got in it, and I get material that way. So my driver,
What do you mean? How do you get material that way? You get in the car, and what happens?
My driver tells me a joke.
The driver we sent to pick you up told you a joke.
Yeah.
And you're going to tell it now on the show.
Yeah, that's how I get all my material.
Okay. Why don't we just have him on next time?
That guy. That guy. No, wait till you hear me do it. So the guy, he goes, I say, I'll be the guy.
Okay.
A moth goes into a podiatrist's office.
A moth goes into a podiatrist's office. Right?
You are correct. A moth goes into a podiatrist's office, and the podiatrist's office says, "What's the problem?" And the Moth says, what's the problem? Where do I begin, man? He goes, I go to work for Gregory Olinovich, and all day long I work. Honestly, Doc, I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. I don't even know if Gregory Olinovich knows. He only knows that he has power over me, and that seems to bring him happiness. But I don't know. I wake up in a malaise, and I walk here and there. The podiatrist says, oh, yeah? And the Moth goes, yes. And he goes, at night, I sometimes wake up, and I turn to some old lady in my bed that's on my arm. A lady that I once loved, Doc. I don't know where to turn to. My youngest, Alexandria. She fell in the cold of last year. The cold took her down, as it did many of us. And my other boy. And this is the hardest pill to swallow, Doc. My other boy, Gregorio Ivanilovich. I no longer love him. As much as it pains me to say, when I look in his eyes, all I see is the same cowardice that I catch when I take a glimpse of my own face in the mirror. If only the cowardice was stronger, then perhaps I could bring myself to reach over to that cocked and loaded gun that lays on the bedside behind me. And end this hellish facade once and for all.
How long a drive was this? Do you live in the valley? Where do you live? Please, sorry.
He says, Doc, sometimes I feel like a spider, even though I'm a moth, just barely hanging on to my web with an everlasting fire underneath me. I'm not feeling good. And so the doctor says, Moth, man, you're troubled. But you should be seeing a psychiatrist. Why on earth did you come here? And then the Moth said, because the light was on.
Classic there from Norm MacDonald, where he really was.
My congratulations to anyone who stuck it through to the end.
His telling of that is like, he thought he had one segment, and Conan's like, we got to do another segment. And he's like, and so Colin Quinn told him the Moth joke. It's like, okay, can I stretch it to like 4 or 5 minutes? And, well, it lives in infamy. You know, you got, Pamela got talking to me, folks, off air about the podcast series that was pumped up by Joe Rogan and Duncan Trussell.
Yeah.
And it says, it's called the Telepathy Tapes. And I'm reading from their website. It says, in a world that often dismisses the extraordinary as mere fantasy, the Telepathy Tapes dares to explore the profound abilities of non-speakers with autism, individuals who have long been misunderstood and underestimated. These silent communicators possess gifts that defy conventional wisdom, from telepathy to otherworldly perceptions, challenging the limits of what we believe to be real. For years, their parents and teachers have quietly witnessed these remarkable abilities, knowing that the time to share their truth would eventually come. But now, as the evidence mounts, the time has come to reveal what has been hidden in plain sight.
Yeah, and I saw something about it on TikTok first, and then saw Joe Rogan talking about it. And he, of course, is just fascinated by everything. So I love to hear him get on a roll about something.
Right.
And so I started reading more into it, and now my whole social media algorithm is all about the brain.
Well, I've never been even in my journey, say my more prodigal streak away from faith, I've never been like a hardcore empiricist or materialist that we're just stuff, like matter at the end of the day.
Yeah.
It just, because you have moments in life where it's like a place has memory. Like you go into a place that's haunted or a place that's really loving. Like you can, places have a feel to them. There are moments too in life where it, you know, when a certain traumatic thing or a profound thing feels like eternity. and it just sticks with you forever.
Right.
Like a lot of this stuff doesn't it doesn't add up with that sort of material worldview. And I think a big trend right now across the board in all different fields of thought and different industries, yada, 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 is this paradigm shift we're going through.
Yeah.
And I think one of them on the scientific front could very well be, and it remains a big question, what is consciousness?
Mm-hmm.
Go ask a neuroscientist, go ask a cognitive therapist, go ask a philosopher or a theologian. They're all going to probably give you different answers dancing around this question of what is consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
And so is it literally just the ability to abstract and thus, use these things we call words? Or is there something else to our mental capabilities? Is there an antenna that certain people are tuned towards,
right,
to where they can see, like remote viewing in the U.S. military is very much a thing in the spy community.
Yeah.
Or the weird things in life, like that sixth sense that often women will claim. I don't think it's
intuition.
I don't think it's wrong.
Women's intuition.
Yeah.
I wholly believe in that.
Really?
I just, yes, absolutely. I feel, and I'm not connected to anything like, but I'll get a feeling, and really, there's always something actually wrong.
Yes.
With somebody close to me. And I'll text my friend, I'll text my boyfriend, I'll text my mom, and there's somebody has something going on.
Yeah, and it is. It's just a feeling, an inkling.
It's just a gut feeling, like dread. It is.
You ever get like the anticipation of like the happy too, though? Like you feel like
yeah.
it's going to be a really good day for some reason.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
A glorious thing happens.
So it's not just bad. It's not.
Well, and then like when you think of consciousness, and I'm sure I hope everybody's experienced this at one point in their life, is dreams. Sometimes dreams are just weird and you're like, oh, I'm processing something or whatever. But there are dreams sometimes so vivid, so real, that it really does help. It makes you question what is real.
Yeah. And why do you have reoccurring dreams?
Exactly.
Because there are at least 2 or 3 that I can remember that I've had several times over my life. And I haven't lived in the same places through my life where it's happened, where like it would be something tied to where I'm at. It's not necessarily something going on in my life.
Right.
So why is that?
Well, and I am all for this paradigm shift. That people are sort of reconsidering the timeless questions that have been around for millennia, if not longer.
Mm-hmm.
And whether it applies to neurodivergent children who can't speak, but they can communicate.
Tapped into something else.
Right.
We know how little of our brain we actually can access and use.
Right. So what's going on there? And it does seem like there's a generation of people that made a name for themselves in academia, and they don't want to make room for the next generation.
Well, that sounds like several things we deal with.
Right. But it is a society-wide phenomenon.
Yeah.
But in particular with academia, say the next person coming up actually has a theory that's good, but you very clearly see it threatens your theory and what you made your life and livelihood all about.
Oh, yeah.
And of course, those folks don't want the truth to come out. They don't want to even entertain the possibility there's still an open question.
Right.
You're seeing this in how old are human beings? How long have human beings been around?
Mm-hmm.
I think you see this with physics. We've kind of reached a blind alley where the theory of the very big and the theory of the very small, they don't really match with one another. They work within their given envelope, their given context. And you could keep going. Like we said earlier, we've only explored 10% of the ocean floor.
Right.
Like how much is there, whether you're talking lost civilization or you're talking other life forms that would look like aliens to us. And so when somebody now comes to me and goes, severe autistic folks actually have these psychic capabilities, telepathic capabilities, other ways where they can kind of see that other normal human beings, now I'm at the point of, I'll hear it out.
It's just a different sense that they've tapped into.
Right.
Because if they do say when you lose one of your senses, your other ones become heightened.
Right.
And if they can't communicate speaking with their caregiver, they've figured out, adapted into how to know what their caregiver's feeling, thinking.
Right. Yeah, and again, it's like anybody who's, especially if you have children or you've just any sort of intimacy, it goes beyond the idea that we're just stuff.
Oh yeah.
And even if you go, what did the turn of the century atheists like Dawkins and Hitchens say? Oh, we're all made of stardust. We literally are made out of exploded stars. And I'm like, you're starting to get towards, wait, your explanation is you go back in time far enough. There's this singularity that explodes into everything that we can't understand. That kind of sounds like a theological claim,
Yeah.
or even the idea we're all made of stardust. I'm like, well, what is that? What is this unfolding? And the idea that we have all the answers, I'm all for the idea that we don't. And let's leave it as an open question, as a question of curiosity. I'm reading more. This is the telepathy tapes, folks. They say it's a groundbreaking series that challenges everything we think we know about communication and the human mind, inviting viewers to step into a reality where the impossible is not only possible, but happening every day. Through emotional stories and undeniable evidence, the telepathy tapes offers a fresh perspective on the profound connections that exist beyond words. Okay, now that's got me thinking of a whole other thing. I've always thought, because how sensitive I am personally to music, like I'm not very disciplined and thus that talented as a lot of virtuosos out there, but I've always felt very sensitive to music. Like, means a lot.
Me too.
And I've always thought that before word, like we're too word centric. Like before there was ever spoken words between early humans, there was probably things like music and rhythm
Yes. A
and
lot of
other
folklore.
other
Mhm.
forms of
It's in
communication.
music.
Yeah, and it makes me, it really does make me think that we exist in a world where it's all the written word, it's all the spoken word. We're so caught up in our different languages, and if you just shut up for a second, and you'll realize there's much more than the words you speak. I say that as a guy who talks for a living. They're pretty cool. Apparently, they have actual tests that they're showcasing in the series. Neuroscientist Dr. Diane Hennessy Powell. Huh. They say, prepare to be captivated, challenged, and ultimately transformed as the series shines a light on the untold capabilities of those who have been underestimated for far too long. I have to check this out.
It's neat.
Now, I think millions of people are going to check this out because you said Rogan was bumping it up.
Yes.
Yeah, new time we're living in, folks. Have you seen, for instance, the Neuralink patients?
Yes.
Really cool.
He had one of the first one on Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Where he's literally moving the cursor on a computer with his mind. And for folks who are big into gaming, like first-person shooters and stuff, like it's cheating.
Yeah.
Like you don't have the delay of telling your mind to hit the button.
Right.
Like your mind just, you think it and it happens.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if I want one of those chips in me, but when you look at somebody who's truly a paraplegic, like
Right.
can't function, and they now have this new tool at their disposal, who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah, you combine like all these things, like, okay, there's still big questions we don't have answers to, and then also we're discovering new things with our technology, whether it's AI or robotics or quantum physics, maybe that develops into quantum computers.
The quantum stuff is all over my social media, my TikTok algorithm now too.
See, I do, then this is me pushing back. There is sometimes it gets into woo-woo territory because of the quantum entanglement. That means you're still one with your great-great-great-grandmother. And I'm like, what? It's like, yeah, the shaman gave me some crystal water to drink to help cleanse me. I think that's laxative, actually. What is that stone in there? So, I don't know. This is going to be a crazy new time going forward because there will be a lot of nonsense, but I think out of that give and take, the world, it's not recognizable from the last 10 years.
No, I know.
Just thinking back to 2014,
Mhm.
like not the same world at all. And God forbid y'all who have children. I have yet to go down that road, and I can't imagine.
It's crazy to think.
I can't
In
imagine.
10 or 20 years when they're grown.
Because we're both of the age, like you remember life before the internet, right?
Oh gosh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm 37.
I'm 36.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I didn't have a cell phone until I graduated high school. Like that was not a thing.
Right. And
My
like,
parents didn't let me, even though there were a few kids who had them. It was not common like it is now.
well, and I had like the gaming consoles, and I remember when computers start coming around, and My dad at his office has this big server. And I'm like, oh, this is
yeah.
cool. And Windows 95.
We had a family computer that was in the living room.
Yeah.
The giant tower and the huge monitor.
Yeah.
And you couldn't use the phone and dial up at the same time.
Yeah, but I still remember using my imagination, and it's like,
Yeah.
let's build a fort with this stick and dig a hole outside.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
you know, let's play basketball. Let's
I was an
ride
outdoor
bikes.
kid. I was riding my bikes everywhere.
Yeah, it was a nice combination. So at least we're of the generation that knows, older millennials, I suppose we could call ourselves.
Yeah.
That knows the world before the internet. I can't imagine, especially a young kid, where a tablet is put or a laptop, but say a tablet is put in their hands at the age of 2 or 3.
I know.
It's going to be something. It might be all right, but it's going to be a very different type of experience for everybody. And I've long thought these screens we constantly stare at, whether they're on the wall or little screens in your hand,
I know.
they're not exactly always giving you the truth. It's filtered.
Right.
Let's just put it that way. Anyway, I'm just killing time.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying it,
Mhm.
but I am killing time because we're waiting for Greg, and it's the day after Christmas. And folks be like, well, what would you be doing? I probably would be laying in a recliner right now, doing nothing.
Yeah.
I enjoy, as I get older, my nothing. It's actually, it's sort of my destiny as a Clark. After every holiday, all the Clark men fall asleep watching something. Like, and that's
funny.
I have a lot to live up to, I suppose. Let's hit this break. We'll be right back.
He may not know whether he's coming or going, but whether you're going to work or coming home, Greg Budell is there. Mornings 6 till 9 and afternoons 3 till 6. Only on News Talk 93.1 FM WACV.
Traffic is brought to you by Bath Innovations.
When you need a renovation without the complications, call Bath Innovations today.
Well, we have an accident working on I-85 northbound at the bottom of the ramp to Ann Street. The vehicles are off on the right. All lanes of the ramp are open, but please watch out for folks walking around there. Traffic light to moderate all over the area. We're not really seeing any problems anywhere else. Buckle up, be safe. We will update it. At McKenna Nissan, you can lease a 2024 Nissan Sentra for just $289 per month. It's worth the drive. McKenna Nissan, exit 212 off I-65 in Clanton. Wendell J. Montgomery Skywatch Traffic.
Hey, Merry Christmas from Marguerite's, and it's time for our 5-day absolute clearance sale. Now through Monday only. Everything goes with Clear the Cases. It's like a healthy selfie sale. Every single case has a separate price. $275, $100, $2,000, $1,500, $750. It's so easy. You just walk around. It's healthy selfie time. We're giving it away. We want to clear the cases. All new jewelry in 2025. Come in and help us clear the cases. Guess what? 14-karat everyday gold hoops, $99. Till Monday at Marguerite's.
Hi, this is Bo Goodson from the Goodson Group with your updated end-of-the-year market report for 2024. By the end of this year, the MLS in the River Region will have approximately 5,000 home sales closed. Almost 60% of all listings are selling on an average of 60 days or less, which is a good news for a seller and not surprising if you've been looking for a home lately. Predictions through Realtor.com about the coming year will be an overall better year for both buyers and sellers. To buy a home in this market, here's what you will need. Number one, a strong buyer advocate that will find a good selection of homes for you to view now. Number two, someone with a strong negotiation background. 3, someone with over 47 years in real estate concerning contracts, financing options, and closing houses. For the best buying and selling experience, call the expert. Call Bo Goodson at 221-2883 or 551-0225. That's 221-2883, the Goodson Group.
News is brought to you by Budget Floors and More, your new best friend.
From the Blue Water Broadcasting News Center, these are today's top stories. The Montgomery County Sheriff's Office has asked the FBI to open a criminal probe into possible civil rights violations of minors who were allegedly sexually assaulted by employees at the Montgomery Youth Detention Facility. The Montgomery District Attorney's Office is now conducting an investigation as well. Montgomery police are investigating a robbery of an East Montgomery business. Police responded to a robbery call at the Pizza Hut in the 7800 block of Bond Road just before noon on Tuesday. Witnesses said 2 people entered the business, demanded money, and then fled on foot. No one was injured and no arrests have been made. The city of Montgomery has announced plans to celebrate the 2025 New Year. Food vendors and live music will be happening at Riverfront Park from 10 a.m. to midnight on New Year's Eve. The 2025 Downtown Countdown will feature DJ Wright and True the Star, plus fireworks when the clock strikes midnight. From the Blue Water Broadcasting News Center, I'm Sky Mosley.
For the lowest prices around on flooring and DIY flooring installation supplies, Budget Floors and More is your new best friend. Luxury vinyl plank, carpet, ceramic tile, floor installation supplies, and more with prices lower than the big box stores. Budget Floors and More, Hunter Lane across from Del Rey Publix. Rich Thomas Weather is brought to you by Clark Heating, Air and Plumbing. Winter is officially here and it's cold. Make sure your system is ready for the winter. Call today about the advantages of the Clark Club membership to be sure you're covered. Call 277-2125 or go to clarkcomfort.com. Better call Clark. Alabama certification number 09098.
Rich Thomas Weather.
Well, hi, everybody. It's a cloudy forecast today. Spotty showers around from time to time with a high temperature up to about 61. Becoming windy later on with wind gusts over to 20 miles per hour. It'll be mostly cloudy down to about 48 tonight. Tomorrow, the risk of some widely scattered showers with a high temperature up to about 67. Showers and storms becoming more likely in the overnight hours Friday night, and periods of showers and storms Saturday and Saturday night. Some of the storms strong, possibly severe, with a high around 72. Maybe a couple of leftover showers on Sunday morning. From the Blue Water Weather Center, this is Rich Thomas.
Whether you're buying a home or auto or consolidating debt, CB&S Bank's personal loans get you where you need to go. Go to cbsbank.com to find a location near you or apply online today. All loans subject to credit approval, member FDIC, and equal housing lender.
The premier place the River Region turns to for news, weather, traffic, and opinion. News Talk 93.1 FM WACV.
You know, all you folks that have been calling up and wishing us a Merry Christmas still, like it's Christmas tide and we're on the second day of Christmas or something. That's too old hat. What are you, Catholic? And then a Happy New Year, Merry Christmas, all this stuff. I think y'all forgot the number one rule here.
And when we all sing happy tunes and sing Merry Christmas and wish each other Merry Christmas, these children are not going to have a Merry Christmas. How dare we speak Merry Christmas?
Right.
How dare we?
How dare we?
I did catch the clip where it's Rogan going, I wonder what the context is of her saying that. Like, why did she say that? I think Duncan Trussell's line was like that Satan's Lord of the Earth. If she had won, I think that's correct.
Dare we speak Merry Christmas?
Oh, man. I can't even. Let's go to Sam. Hey, Sam.
Well, see, the whole thing is she did not understand about the Christmas magic and the spirit of mistletoe. See, mistletoe is powerful. You hold it up and you get you a sweet little kid. She needs a sweet little kid. That's poor old Cammie. That's one of the reasons I called up, man. It's I've got a math problem. Well, first off, let me say, Joy, hey, this is Sam.
Hey, Sam.
I'm really digging New Eddie. Okay. Yeah, man. Pamela, I got to speak for a moment. Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're not the only one. Romex Anglers on the stream saying this version of Eddie is easier on the eyes. Sorry, Eddie, still love you.
Yeah. I saw that. I've been tearing up the chat room. But anyway, the reason I called, I do have the math problem, and excuse me, as I was telling Pamela, the rumor came out. I saw on the news yesterday morning or something, just recently, that the Harris campaign, the estimate's now up to like $2.5 billion.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. It's hard to imagine. And I got to thinking, okay, well, it's a simple problem. What's the cost of socialism? The number of people in her campaign, the 2.5, you can divide that out. It's expensive, man. You know, they were just living at hotel, just everything they were doing was paid for. Everything they ate or where they went. And you know they were
it's a big scam, man. I've talked to people that have run here in Alabama. Like half the time you're raising money and then that money is fleeced from you. Like it's just
that's what I'm bitter about. And hopefully enough people are, but I heard that and I was like, that's just hard to imagine. We're all praying for transparency. And that's what big fight. Just sure it's gonna be nice to find out what's going on.
Transparency is better than anybody ever being honest about anything.
can't-
Transparency is the rule.
I can't imagine.
It
being
should
a-
be the rule.
I can't imagine being a parent of a trans kid. It's awful. I thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, don't, Joey, don't be hard on yourself, man. You're doing great. You are, yeah. Man, now could be a lot worse. Trying to think. That's all I got, y'all. Thanks for calling.
Appreciate it,
Out
sir.
here.
Good to hear from you, man. Yeah, how dare we say Merry Christmas? Thank God she lost.
How dare we speak Merry Christmas? How dare we?
Ooh,
I
wretched.
know. We need like a 3-month period where we just don't have to hear her voice. We need
I
a
think
cleanse.
that's coming.
We need a cleanse.
I think she is going to fall off the face of the earth in the sense that she's not going back to the Senate. Is she really going to run for governor of California? I doubt it. Now, Kamala is the consummate player in this sense. Like, she played the inside game. I remember when Biden was going to pick a VP, he said it will be a black woman.
Right.
And you're like, well, that narrows down the list.
Yeah.
So who's in Congress and stuff? Like Karen Bass is being considered very competent and all this stuff. And then when it was Kamala Harris, I'm like, oh. It's because Harris had been groomed by the Obama machine to be the next sort of Barack Obama, and she failed miserably in the run up to 2020 because she's just not.
Well, she's not as
Good.
an accomplished sociopath as he is. She's a little. She just doesn't have it together, and she's drunk.
Right.
So sorry.
All the time.
You don't come off as the smooth, charismatic person when you're under the influence, and you're just in general kind of goofy, really.
And it's a system that used to work so well. Republicans and Democrats both, where you can last in a 5-10 minute interview that's very structured. And all your people are standing behind you and they're telling you, I've been involved in this interview. You're like, okay, we got to wrap it up. Or text, you got to wrap it up. And I'm like, they're enjoying themselves. Shut up. Leave me alone. And this sort of, they made them in a lab sort of thing.
Yeah.
And that was Kamala Harris through and through. And it wasn't effective. It started to just fall flat on its face. In the same way, I think Mitt Romney was not good. And a lot of the folks that ran against Trump in 2015 and 2016 were playing that same game.
Yeah.
It's
Everyone
like-
on stage, and you're just like, want to flick them in the forehead. Like, okay, guys.
Right. And folks yearn for the days back when our politics was proper. I'm like, what are you talking about? When?
When it looked more proper,
Right. But it wasn't.
but it wasn't.
It was fake. It was very, very fake. And
Yeah.
I've been longing for something real in politics for a long time. And I think Trump, for better or for worse, is bringing us
real.
the real. How about this? Hit another break. We'll be right back.
Trustworthy, accurate, immediate. Carrying your voice across the river region. News Talk 93.1 FM WACV.
Did you know that over 12 times a day, someone in Autauga County calls 911 to report a medical or fire emergency? Volunteer first responders are saving lives and property, and you can be part of their team.
Volunteering as a first responder is really about making a difference where it's needed most, and Autauga County needs you now more than ever. Are you ready to answer the call?
To begin your journey, you can find any of the agencies of the Autauga County Firefighters Association on Facebook or visit makemeafirefighter.org.
Start your day a better way with Action 8 News Rising. Get your first look at news happening today, plus your latest forecast and live traffic reports. Don't settle for the same old morning newscast. Watch Action 8 News Rising, weekday mornings starting at 4:30. Don't know an iPhone from a flip phone? You need to watch Action 8 News. Consumer technology reporter Jamie Tucker keeps you on top of the latest technology and keeps you safe from scams and identity thieves. Watch What the Tech, only on Action 8 News.
I occasionally have nerve discomfort in my hands, so the things I love to do
Let's play something, Grandma.
became difficult as I got older.
If you have occasional stabbing and burning in your hands and feet, try Nervive Nerve Relief. Nervive's clinically studied dose of alpha-lipoic acid reduces occasional nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days with continued daily use. Say yes to healthy nerves with Nervive Nerve Relief.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Are you tired of the mainstream media's biased reporting? Do you want to stay informed on the news that really matters to you? Look no further than 1819 News. At 1819 News, we bring you the latest in Alabama news, politics, sports, culture, and more. We've assembled a team of journalists with Alabama values dedicated to the truth and the truth alone. Visit us at 1819news.com today. That's 1819news.com. Subscribe to our newsletter. Honest News, Alabama Values.
Well, we have an accident working on I-85 northbound at the bottom of the ramp to Ann Street. The vehicles are off on the right. All lanes of the ramp are open, but please watch out for folks walking around there. Traffic light to moderate all over the area. We're not really seeing any problems anywhere else. Buckle up, be safe. We will update it. At McKenna Nissan, you can lease a 2024 Nissan Sentra for just $289 per month. It's worth the drive. McKenna Nissan, exit 212 off I-65 in Clanton. Wendell J. Montgomery Skywatch Traffic.
What's your biggest investment? More than likely, it's your home. So treat it that way when you hire a painting contractor. With PBS Painting, there are no gimmicks, no $99 special. Just quality painting and someone who treats your home with the same respect that you do. At PBS Painting, we have been painting for years and look forward to many more years to come. With PBS Painting, the job gets prepped properly, whether it's cleaning, scraping, or priming. We always use quality products, which is a must for a quality paint job. So if you're looking for a painter that doesn't need upfront money and is on the job at all times, then please give me a call. Scott Bowers and PBS Painting, 294-5122. That's PBS Painting, 294-5122. Look at some of our work on Facebook at PBS Painting Montgomery.
They've been performing for over 60 years, and on Saturday, February 22nd, they'll be performing for you. It's Exile live at the Impact. From their origins in pop to their success in country, don't miss Exile live on stage for one night only. It's Exile live at the Impact on Saturday night, February 22nd at 7 p.m. Tickets are on sale now at the Impact box office and Ticketmaster.com.
Want to carry News Talk in your pocket? Download the News Talk 93.1 app from the App Store. Available on iPhone and Android. Never miss a moment. Download now.
You dirty dogs online. You need to shut up. All you commenters, you dirty dogs. I know who you really are, half of you.
Is there more than one?
Oh, there's a few. Well, Sam's always a dirty dog, and he's on there as excellent spam, or executive spam today. And,
I'm not watching that.
Well,
so I don't know what they're all saying.
And Romex is saying, I bet he, referring to me, won't raise his voice at Pamela like he does Eddie. It's like, yeah, well, I barely know her. So we get to know each other. I'll probably say all sorts of things. Because you work with me long enough, I get comfortable. But
I'm
no.
somebody that people are comfortable around typically, pretty quickly.
I feel fairly comfortable. Like, and Eddie deserves like a good threat every once in a while. Like, I'll smack you right in the face. Like that's not the same thing. I'm not trying to do like the honeymooners over here by any means. So yeah, all these dirty dogs on the YouTube. Hey, what's a conspiracy theory that you once believed that you don't anymore?
Oh my gosh. Well, I did follow Q.
Q?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Not like super deep into it. Like it didn't give me a drinking problem or anything. But yeah, I would say that's pretty much busted.
So how did you like get into that? Like the Q drops kept coming out, or were there particular accounts where you're like, okay, they got the inside?
Yeah, well, they
info?
were on 4chan.
Okay.
Yeah. And I sound like a nerd now. And like
You
real
sound like
cringe.
a nerd. Have you heard me?
But yeah, that I think is just pretty much busted. But there were some coincidences that really made you think big time.
When did you realize, oh, this is busted? This is nonsense.
I don't know that I really like had a day where I was just like, oh yeah, that's too bad. That's not real. But it was just a gradual kind of like unraveling.
Well, see, and I never really got into it other than I had callers that were
Mhm.
very much Q followers.
Yeah.
And some were great. Like they bet me stuff and it didn't happen and they made
Yeah.
good on the bet and that was great. But my
Yeah.
favorite call, and I wish it had been on air, it's right after the 2020 election and everybody's going nuts.
Yeah.
And it's before January 6th, and a guy calls me up, Clint. He lives in Texas now. He still calls us on occasion, but Clint
Where
calls
you at,
up.
Clint?
And I pick up the phone like this, leaning over, and he goes, Joey, the Pope has been kidnapped, and they've replaced him with an imposter. Do you remember that whole arc that the Pope had been
Yes.
kidnapped and whatnot? And I'm like, I don't think that's true, but that's too entertaining.
I do believe that there are like,
Body doubles.
yes.
Yeah, I think there's something to that.
100%.
Yes.
Like the CIA makeup artists and the way that they can do prosthetics,
Yeah.
they're definitely pulling
if-
some of these off.
If I was the Pope, if I was a prince, if I was a head of state,
Yeah.
I would definitely have a double.
Yeah.
Just especially for the stuff where you don't have to glad hand and you're kind of in the background. And,
Yes. You're like, this is just a photo op for
Mhm.
me, and I could just be back watching whatever at my apartment.
Yeah. No,
Hey, you go do this, Steve.
But
go on.
I just remember that, and then the day after January 6th, I think I opened the show with when Trump sends his QAnon supporters to the Capitol, he doesn't send his best. And of course, the Fedsurrection, 20-something confidential human sources there. Only 2 or 3 had permission to be there on the day. Especially that video of one guy gets in and the cuffs or the ties are taken off and he fist bumps one of the officers.
I know.
It was a little too much. I did worry. I saw that coming a mile away. Not that it would be that bad. But I'm like,
Yeah.
why all y'all going up there?
Mhm.
I mean, a few people in this audience went up there, didn't go near the building, but they
Yeah.
remember like flares going off and all of a sudden mayhem and havoc
Yeah.
let loose up there. So I'm just glad we fast forwarded 4 years and it's so much better.
Yeah.
That felt like a huge loss. January 6th in particular, I'm like, they're going to milk this to
I
kingdom
know.
come. They did.
They
and
did.
The beautiful thing is they Hollywooded it up. Remember the whole presentation the Jan 6
yeah.
committee put out there?
Yeah.
And nobody believed it. I mean, millions believed it, but most people
Most
did not
people
believe
did
it.
not. No.
And it's like, yes, the old tricks aren't working.
And they might not have believed like what we know or see.
Sure.
But they could see that it was a farce.
Yes. Especially when it's just like Pearl Harbor. It's just like
Yeah.
9/11. It's like, no, it's
Mm-hmm.
not like those at all. Oh, remember
Yeah.
the Maine. It came across like that. All right. And you're going to start talking about how this is as corrupt as Teapot Dome in the Harding administration. So I'm glad we're at this timeline, especially one where the Neuralink's a real thing, going to Mars is a real
know.
thing. Let's search the oceans for aliens is a real thing. And ancient civilizations, and let's continue to get weird, but then also
Yeah,
make money.
Right.
That should be the combination. Let's get weird. Let's make money. Let's embrace the curiosity of the age,
Yeah.
and set people free to pursue all those questions, to pursue all that
Yeah.
wealth building. I think that's and I do love the idea that Trump, being Trump, is going to be president on America's 250th birthday.
I know.
On July the 4th, 1776. I have a feeling that is going to be one of the biggest celebrations
Ever.
ever. Because there's no way Donnie from Queens is going to not make it a big deal.
No, we're gonna have coast to coast. Like it's gonna be like New Year's Eve live
Right.
stream.
Yeah.
They're gonna pick, Mount Rushmore.
Elon setting
and
off rockets in
New
the
York
background.
City, yes, and Old Faithful, Vegas. Everybody's gonna have their spot where there's a huge celebration. I
A
bet.
big spot will be the
It's gonna be a
Sphere.
production.
Yeah, over in
Yep.
Vegas. Yep. I think Trump's going to do it right. And maybe have it at all the big monuments.
Yeah.
What is that, Mount Rushmore? I almost
Mount
forgot.
Rushmore.
Mount
Yeah, that's the first one I said.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to listen and think about what I'm doing next at the same time. It's a part of the problem here with doing radio.
What do we have in the southeast here where we can have a big party?
Oh, Montgomery. You can take over downtown Montgomery. That's big, right? Oh, Mountainville. Mountainville. Let's summon
Well,
the
Huntsville,
aliens.
Rocket City.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Huntsville could do it.
especially if they're moving anything back to, or, moving stuff
Mhm.
to Huntsville.
So it's been a fun hour, killing an hour with you here, Pamela.
Yeah.
I think Greg's going to be here in a second.
He hasn't texted me.
We'll see. Y'all say an extra prayer for Greg. If y'all have seen his Facebook page, I'll let y'all hear from him. I'll definitely say an extra prayer for Mr. Greg Budell this afternoon and this evening. He needs it. Good man. I hate to see him going through what he's going through. Really do. It's a 2729228. See, I'm trying to make a serious point, and these dirty dogs are on the internet asking me if I want to go camping. No, I don't want to go camping with you, William B., because I think camping doesn't just mean camping.
Yeah, why? What is he saying that in the context of?
In no context. This is why it's freaky. It's like, you want to go camping, young man? No, I don't. And stop calling me young man. It's weird.
Yeah, that is.
This is what I mean by these
that
dirty
would make
dogs.
me feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, I'm not even sharing some of these things. One guy even freaked me out, said he's watching on an 85-inch TV. And I'm like,
You got people riled up today.
whew. Hope I look all right in 85 inches. Anyway, y'all stay tuned. I don't know what's coming next, but something is.
Broadcasting from the Riverside Chevrolet Master Control Center, this is WACV Cusana, News Talk 93.1 FM. When it's Chevy, it's Riverside.
With SRN News, I'm John Scott. Police are investigating a Christmas shooting at Sky Harbor Airport in Phoenix that left 3 people wounded by gunfire. Another person was stabbed. Phoenix police say the